You guys are hilarious. I hope everybody's doing well today. Remember, there's a timeout period, I think, after you gamble a little bit. I don't know. Double check and see. Um, I hope that everybody's doing really well today and having a great day. It's Saturday, October 21st of 2023. And we have divorce to watch. We have a couple other court things to deal with, but we'll deal with that later. Um, I hope that everybody, like I said, has had a great day. Tell me what you had for dinner. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had for dinner. Miss Melanie Copeland, I have to thank you for your comment crusade that you've been on, plus the other 5 people that commented on the video yesterday. Thank you so much for good listening. I'm going to pull up your names here shortly and say them, but I just want to thank you for that. Um, I see. I'm not going to go back because I see that most people are here. But if you could go ahead and make sure that you've clocked in for your shift by hitting the like button, that would be very helpful. Um, the that we've got Judge or Referee Hagen today, a continuation of the divorce saga that we're hearing, and I believe that we are either finishing or doing other of the defense's position now, which would be the father. So that should be interesting. I see Iowa's here. H&W. Hi, Kate. Hello, hello, hello. Um, the driver stole it, Vicky. What do you mean? Mikey had smoked sausage. That sounds pretty good. Did you have to make that? Um, Jay from Michigan's here. Okay, we have to talk about gum in a little bit as well because now that I've been looking for this special gum, I've been noticing gum, which is crazy to me. Also, Iowa, I was like literally every time I go to your critter cam, I see a different kind of critter. And the like red bird the other day, what kind of bird was that? Excel versus extra. Is extra like I feel like we have as well. Hi Eve, welcome. Um Also, if you're in the Discord, you may have noticed that I made a New Year's Eve event because, contrary to my normal self, we will be doing our New Year's Eve event on this channel. Some of you are going to hold me accountable to that. And so I've already made the event. It will happen on the Discord, so you're going to have to learn before then, but don't worry, I'm going to teach everybody just enough so that they can all go on the Discords. Both gums are made by Wrigley's. Okay. Well, we also have like Wrigley's Juicy Fruit, the yellow container or package. That's one of the ones that I like quite a bit. Melanie, exactly. No matter where you are, what you're doing, you can come and celebrate on the Discords with us. I have so many fun ideas. It's going to be a heck of a good time. Hell of a good time, depending on, and you know what? And not even dangerous. You stay at your house. You don't even have to leave. No drinking and driving. You're just going to have a good time. You can get as drunk as you want, whatever. Fruit stripes. What do you mean fruit stripes? I've never heard. After visiting the United States, and every time for some reason I say United States, I want to say Estados Unidos because for some reason that is only Spanish country I ever learned. I'm I'm not even sure what Canada is in Spanish. I'm very sure that the United States is Estados Unidos. And just like I'm not really sure about a lot of French words, but I am sure that grapefruit is pamplemousse. Anyways, regardless. Clove. What do you mean clove? Canada is Canada in Spanish too? Look at that. Look at that. Fruit stripe gum. You're saying that like as if I should know that. No, I don't know that. Was I supposed to get a selection of gum while I was in the United Estados Unidos? And then it has a zebra on it. A zebra. I'm joking. I don't say zebra. Uh, zebra. I do say Zed, but I don't say Zeb. There's a lot of things I missed in the States. The reality is that you can't even capture a tiny little bit of it in the moment when you're there. It's like, it's a very crazy culture. You need to get another massage. When did you get your first massage? That's the first question. Chiclets. We have chiclets, usually on Halloween as like bad candy. Chiclets, did you guys do what I do? So when I used to get home from Halloween, I would dump out the entire container, like whatever bag or device I took, and then sort everything, like everything to like items on the carpeted living room floor. And then I would proceed to steal or give to my sister, depending on what her take was. Is that like not a normal thing to do? Because my mom was a bit mean. So, and not mean too. Like, here's the thing. As a as a like person who ran a mommy group for a long time with really crunchy moms, like super crunchy, way crunchier than I am. I'm accidentally crunchy. I come by it honestly. I live on an island. But there's some real ass crunchy moms, and some of y'all know what I'm talking about. And so when I used to like hang out with those crunchy moms and have them pay me money to hang out with them, I would give them ideas like, oh, I feel bad about this now. Um, the like book fairy that comes on Halloween night. So you let the kid eat as much as they want on Halloween night, but that night when they go to bed, the book fairy comes and they take away all the candy and then they replace it with books. And like all the crunchy moms I would tell that to would be like, "Oh my God, that's such a great idea." I'm like, "Yeah, you got to start that one real early, like young, like probably the first Halloween plus." Any Halloween other, if you let them have it ever, they're never gonna accept the book fairy. But you're not sure what crunchy moms are, Beverly? Okay, well, I'm unfortunately, and I come by it naturally, a crunchy mom in a few senses, just because of where I've grown up. But like a crunchy mom would be somebody who's like at a very basic level, they make their own granola maybe, or they would never buy something that's not organic and they would use cloth diapers. And then on the very other end of the spectrum, like of super crunchy, they would like grow their own moss to use in their diapers. And they would never think to like they would bring their own food to restaurants when like having a dinner with friends or family because they believe so much of like the regular food is like toxic. So cringe. Hilarious to me. And they all love yoga. That's the exception, right? They're all into yoga, which is a fucking pyramid scheme. You know that. I believe that. That's the truth. So I grew up in a mecca of crunchy. It's just like, it's the default. So and I pride myself in this, when I tell people I don't do yoga, they sort of die a little bit inside when I'm like, no, I refuse to try it. And they just like, it's part of why I don't ever do yoga. Anyways, so I hope you guys are all having a great night. We're gonna watch the rest of this divorce hearing or the rest of the one that we have here. We have like an hour left on this one. And here's the thing, there's a difference between being like home focused, okay? Like cooking food for your family or, being worried about what your family eats and what they do. That's different. Crunchy people are And what I'm talking about are specifically the ones that explain it to you and then shame you about your non-crunchy lifestyle. So like they're like freak out because you're drinking a Coca-Cola is what makes them crunchy, right? Like I don't give a fuck what people do around me, but y'all don't get to play any, like I'm gonna drink my Coke. Like this is how this is gonna go. And they just like freak out. They're like, that's toxic. It's toxic for your body. And I'm like, oh, or like DEET. There's a certain few things that really get them going. Sometimes I just love it. I'm such a fucking mean person sometimes. But anyways, I don't think we're dealing with a crunchy mom here in this case that we're talking about. Like a vegan forcing people to be vegan. Oh, 1,000%. These people are going to be people that have done 100-mile diet for a month where they like only ate things that came within 100 miles and they were like first locally sourced and like never exported. And the like carbon footprint is going to be low. And of course, the only type of dairy that they're going to be drinking is raw, absolutely raw. And they'll drive in their electric cars very far to get raw goat's milk, which is illegal in a lot of places. Also, cloth diapering is great. I know people that have done cloth diapering. It's just not it's the whole shebang. It's like the woman I used to work for that brushed her teeth with a stick that she bought on Amazon for like $30. A stick. And I remember I was like, fuck is this stick doing in this bathroom? Like, are these people that like child centric? Like the child brought home a stick and they're like, oh, the stick lives here now, mom. And the mom's like, okay, sure, that stick lives there now. Like that's one type of parent. But no, this lady was like super crunchy. So she thought that brushing her teeth with a stick that she paid $32 for was like super on crunchy brand. Regardless, these people are assholes. They're fighting about who yells more at their kid. Blonde lady over here that has her hair curled again. That's the mom. We got two blonde lawyers and we got a blonde judge. Holy fuck, we got blonde, 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 blonde. Everyone's blonde.
We ready for cross? There's no one else in the waiting room.
Yep. Those were all of my lay witnesses. I still have my own client as a witness. So I do appreciate the court and Council Lentz permitting those witnesses to be called out of order, just to kind of let them get on with their day. But yes, those are all my lay witnesses. The only witness I have left is my client.
That's not what I asked. Are we having cross-examination of the plaintiff at this time or not?
I do have cross-examination of the plaintiff. Are we wanting to do that now? I can do that.
All right, Ms. Kosterman, please raise your right hand.
Oh, yeah,
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Klusterman, during your testimony, you indicated that it was not true that you kicked Mr. Klusterman out of the house. And you stated that you did ask him to leave, but never prevented him from coming back. Is that true?
That is true.
And yet, on April 23rd.
Okay. Really? Is that what you're going to lead with? How disappointing. I was really hoping that this girl who had a better outfit yesterday, she had this coral sort of cleavage inducing outfit on that I was very happy with. Or not yesterday, but the first day of trial. Um, you objected, girl. You were like, and this is your lead. This is how you start your cross-examination. I'm sorry. Maybe she was thrown off. Maybe like she should have, there's 1,000% shoulder pads in that. I've worn shoulder pads before and then cut them out of outfits, and people are like, "You've ruined that outfit." I'm like, "I have 1000% improved this outfit, 1000%, regardless." Um, I was expecting a lot more, and Lori B. Schmelzer down here should have probably asked for a bit of a break to just say, "Hey, whoa, we need to check into this. I need to regather myself." Look at Elena up there. Her eyes are shut. She's like, Zen mode. Let's see how she does. Honestly, we have the cross-examination now of the mom and then the dad's direct examination, then cross-examination. We're going to see what happens here. Who cracks under pressure and who doesn't. So far, the lawyer for dad isn't impressing me, but I've maybe given her 14 seconds to speak. So maybe I'll just shut up and let her talk.
You sent him a text message that said, quote, "You're not moving home." Is that correct?
Yes,
So you did kick him out of the house and he wasn't free to come back to the home.
I believe it was a discussion back and forth between us. And we had both agreed that it was not in our children's best interest or our own for him to be moving back at that time.
But you said to him, "You're not moving home." That was your directive, correct?
Yes,
And in June, when he did move back into the home temporarily after the court had denied your request for exclusive use of the home, you told him to come in and out of the garage only, correct?
The garage? What kind of accent is that? Also, hi, Jody.
I honestly don't remember. That's possible. I don't remember if I said he could only come in and out of the garage.
You got mad at him when he came into the home through another door, correct?
Yes, I did.
Is that normal? Hi, Mikey. You're on your computer working now, which is good. Did you Slack today? What is the implication of just going in through the garage? Sorry, that's not how we say that here. First of all, a garage or what would we call that? Oh my God. Driveway. I mean, I guess it would be your garage. You would say garage. But first of all, here, a carport, no. But nobody ever uses it as a car area. That's not in my part of Canada because it doesn't snow. So it's just another, and square footage is, you call yours a studio. Yeah, but square footage here is very at a premium. So like even a garage where you could store things is going to be better to have than like, and you would always park your car outside. So, um, oh my God. Can I think of it? I'll think of it in a second. Regardless, I hope everybody's doing well. Please make sure that you like the video, Mikey. If it wasn't working before, you better make sure that you liked it now. Also, I think that there's another thing we say differently here. What would you guys call like a parking garage or a parking lot? No, a parkade, but that's what we call it, a parkade. Yeah, so like when it freezes, you want to have a garage, I guess, but here we don't want it. So
And that's because you have an app on your phone where you can see who's coming in and out of the garage.
Yes, I do, as most people do.
Who's most people? Because I don't.
All right.
You wanted to monitor when Mr. Kluscherman was coming in and out of his own home. Is that fair to say? That's what you wanted.
No,
So why did you direct him to come in and out of the garage only and get mad at him when he didn't do what you told him to do?
the times that I asked him to come in and out of the garage were usually between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. when I am in charge of the safety of our children, I like to know who is coming in and out of our house during the evening hours. Yes.
What makes you in charge of the safety of your children and not him?
Well, when he's not home, I am default as the person in charge of the safety of our children.
And when you're not home, he's the default who's in charge of the safety of your children. Is that correct?
If he's not there, how can he be in charge of the safety of our children?
So over the course of your 15 years of child rearing, he was never alone with the children. Is that what you're saying? And in charge of their safety?
That's not what I'm saying.
In 15 years of child rearing together, did you always direct him to come in and out of the home in a manner that you could see he was coming in and out of the home?
No, this was just recently, like you said earlier, changing the event of the timeline. This was since our separation and he was back in the home. I thought it was very appropriate for me to know when he comes in and out of the house, when it's between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. when we
Okay, that's a great question to ask. Do people think that they need to know what time everybody comes home at? I guess if you have a good relationship, you would already talk about that and nobody would be concerned or weirded out, decided on, or when you, depending on when you came home. But I don't know. Also, yes, Iowa, I've seen your new puppy. So cute. I don't think she's a puppy though, right? She's a dog.
are all sleeping.
He never monitored when you came in and out of the house.
I was in the house between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m.
For all the hours, the 24 hours, he never monitored when you came and went into the home, correct?
Correct.
But you monitored him.
During the hours of midnight and 6 a.m.
And that's because you didn't really want him there, did you?
That's speculation, ma'am.
It's not speculation. I'm asking you a question. You didn't really want him there, did you?
I didn't care if he was there. I just wanted to know, for the safety of my kids, if and when he came into the house.
So for 15 years of child rearing, you never had a concern about the safety of your children and with respect to him coming in and out of the house, but all of a sudden you did.
Post separation, post divorce filing, absolutely.
Isn't it true that you just wanted to control his movements?
That is not true.
Ma'am, isn't it true that between April 19th and May 15th, you sent, I'm sorry, yes, April 19th through May 15th of 2023, you sent over 40 requests to Mr. Klusterman demanding that he give you access to his Verizon account, correct?
That number seems excessive, but yes, that was one of the requests I had made had we were going to try to make our marriage work.
And the purpose of that is you wanted to see text messages that he sent to somebody.
Text messages, phone calls, yes.
And you said if he gave that to you, you would resume your marriage.
That was one of the three things since April 14 that I said I needed in order to continue a marriage with him, if that was what we decided to do.
In fact, you sent him a text message in that time period that said, if you don't give this to me, I'm filing for divorce, correct?
That was our stipulation, that I said I would need three things, and those three things have remained the same since April 14. One of them was access to our phone records that I had no longer had, correct?
Okay, that's weird. Access to your own records that, oh, okay. I have stuff all around. Wow, super insecure. Hey, Eve? Again, these people are not in a great relationship to begin with. Again, better to cut ties and go their own ways. Find new people, fall in love again, have a great time. This is very sad. This is really like horrible testimony, to be honest.
You never had access to his text messages between him and other people, did you?
That is not true.
So when did that change?
Probably November, October of 2021.
So you read his text messages prior to that?
I did not read them, but I had access to our Verizon account.
Your Verizon account
Okay, well, I used to work for AT&T, and I did definitely inform some people that their spouses were using like apps, like hookup apps, and I overheard some domestic situations over the phone, let's say that. But I don't know, at least when I worked for AT&T, you couldn't just see somebody's text messages even if you were the owner of the account. You could see that they went back and forth, but it would never tell you what they were. Maybe the police could get not I don't, that was many moons ago.
Doesn't keep
Your
content.
Honor, I'm
text
gonna object
messages,
to this
doesn't.
line of questioning as relevance. I'm not sure what access to the Verizon password has to do with any of the child-related matters.
Your Honor, this goes towards motivation and credibility, because her testimony in the last day has been inconsistent with statements that were made during this time period. And the court is charged with determining the credibility of witnesses.
What were what inconsistencies are you talking about? That would
Well, I'm
relate
getting,
to that.
I'm,
That
I'm
would relate
getting,
to the.
I'm
What
sorry.
inconsistencies are you talking about that would relate to this issue?
Yeah, the inconsistencies of her testimony related to all the things that she's been experiencing for 7-8 years, that she just brought up yesterday. Some of them I weren't even in her trial brief or in prior pleadings, are not consistent with her statements and ongoing conduct in April and May of 2023. And I'm exploring that issue.
And Your Honor, I would say that it is consistent. Yesterday, my client tried to testify about an inappropriate relationship, and that was shot down. The questioning about the Verizon passwords and wanting to see text messages is consistent with the inappropriate relationship my client previously talked about. And again, I don't think it's relevant to the child-related.
Inappropriate relationships, my favorite. No, I'm just joking. What these people define as inappropriate relationships might indeed be my favorite kind of relationships. Anyways, guys, if you're just getting here, please make sure that you've clocked in for your shift by hitting the like button. This is the cross-examination of the mom in this case. We haven't got to the dad's testimony yet. We will soon. We'll see how bad of a guy he is. But do we doubt it's just about another woman? I think that's probably what happened. If you're not taking care of your love for someone else, well, that's probably true, Mikey. And people end up in nasty divorces when they should just, no.
However, it's relevant to her credibility and her motivation.
I don't know why this is relevant. I mean, I'm obviously taking notes, but now there's an objection. I don't know why this is relevant. I don't know how it would weigh at all on the court determining any child-related issue. I guess sometimes at the court you have to sit and wait and see if things develop in terms of whether they're relevant, and I haven't seen it yet, and I haven't heard that from the argument, I guess. So I don't know why we need any more information in this vein.
I'm not entirely clear because I have other text messages I'd like to question her about. Are you preventing me from doing that, or?
No. I didn't even, there's zero, no, I didn't say anything that broad. I don't know why why we're going into the access to the passwords and the records. You're saying it's credibility. I don't think that applies. We just disagree, and we're going to move on. But in terms of text, of course you can ask about text.
Sure, Your Honor.
So we're all set to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, in this same time.
Oh, Judge Surfer dude. He was like, no, not me. Wasn't me, didn't say that. Go ahead.
Period, April 20th, you repeatedly texted Mr. Kloosterman, I won't keep them from you. They love us both. I want what is best for them. And that is seeing both of us. And that's with respect to your children. That's what you said in April of 2023, correct?
Absolutely.
And then the very next day you said, I don't even have to let the kids go with you. Is that true?
If it's in a text, I said it. I'm sure it was part of a discussion that is taken. You'd have to read before and after how the context of that read.
You stated in quotes, I don't even have to let the kids go with you. Is that a text message you sent to Mr. Klusterman on April 21st of 2023?
Yeah,
And that's because you believe that you're in control of these children and he has no rights?
that is not true at all.
Well, why would you say that then?
I would like to see the rest of the text around that so that it can be taken in context.
You have access to your text messages. I'm asking why you said, I don't even have to let the kids go with you.
Would you like me to look at the context of the conversation?
I would
There
like you to answer why you felt that you had the right to dictate to Mr. Klusterman when he could or could not see his own children that were produced of the marriage together.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered and argumentative. My client said she can't provide an answer without seeing the context of the rest of the message.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the answer.
She answered it twice now.
No, that's what I said. The answer is we have to deal with the answer. The answer is she has to see the rest of the text.
And ma'am, you later then said, I would never do that. And you're in my heart. You know that. Nothing you have done is bad enough to where we can't work through this. Is that correct?
Yeah,
And that was in reference to you wishing to reconcile the marriage at that point?
at that point, absolutely.
Ma'am, during your testimony yesterday, and I'm going to summarize here, but you alleged that Mr. Klusterman shouldn't have primary or joint custody of these children because he abuses them physically and mentally and emotionally. Is that fair to characterize your testimony?
Yes,
You think he's a danger to his own children?
I think there's situations, absolutely.
Yet, on April 30th, in discussing an event that you both attended or would attend, you stated to him, you can sit with us, but the kids will be between us right now. You made that statement to him on April 30th of 2023, correct?
I'm sure I did. If it's in the text message you're looking at, absolutely.
But yesterday, your position is he's a danger to your children.
I think what you're asking to, if it was at a public event, I'm not afraid of the safety of my children at a public event or around other people. And if I was sitting in him, I'm sure that was an added public event.
So you're going to put your children in between you and him, this horrible abusive parent that you've testified has been abusing these children for years.
I think my stance has pretty much been the same, that different things happen differently in public and private. And this is a public event. I have never been concerned for my children around Kevin in public. He's a great dad. And there is times in public that he's a great dad. My concern, as I stated yesterday, is when we are alone and behind closed doors. What happens behind closed doors is what I'm concerned about. And that's why I'm asking for the safety, emotionally and physically, more so emotionally as of recently, for my children, our children, who deserve the best life that we can both give them.
But on that same day, April 30th of 2023, you specifically invited Mr. Klusterman to come to the home in private, didn't you?
April, yeah, probably.
You said if you really loved me, you would be you would want to be here, correct?
Correct. That sounds like something I have said multiple times to him in our marriage.
So you invited him to be with you privately in April of 2023.
I don't think I don't know what you mean privately, like in our home.
Not in public. You just
Okay.
got done saying in public you felt perfectly safe, but not in private.
I think
Correct.
at that point we were still trying to reconcile. Absolutely.
So you felt safe inviting him to your private home.
Yes, I did.
And you responded to him after he came over by saying, "Thank you for coming over tonight. I'm going to bed. I love you."
Yeah, that sounds something very typical, I would say, to my husband of 17 years.
A couple days later, May 2nd, you sent him a text that said, "I'd rather do something the five of us." You were referring to you, Mr. Klusterman, and your 3 children.
I'm sure I was.
You wanted to spend time together.
Absolutely, as a family.
And that was an invitation to him.
Yep.
You testified quite a bit that you felt threatened or coerced by Mr. Klusterman in your relationship, in your private relationship. Is that fair to say that's what you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
And you didn't like that he would ask you for certain things that a husband and a wife might do together.
I think husband and wife do share very intimate things. Absolutely.
And at times in your relationship, you openly shared those things. You were very consensual and participatory and desirous of your relationship with Mr. Klusterman, right?
No, I mean, yes, with my husband, absolutely. The pressure to do other things has definitely played a huge factor in our marriage. And this is why I'm uncomfortable. If we want to wrap this back around to our children, which is why we're here today, I think the pattern of behavior that I have seen in this marriage and the pressure that I have been put under by my husband is why we're here today. I want this to come back to the safety of our children and the safety of my girls.
And I'm asking you, it's true that you were a willing participant and consensual throughout your marriage and having a marital relationship, an intimate relationship with your spouse, correct?
With my spouse, absolutely.
And even after you guys were separated in May, on May 9th, you were sending him selfies of yourself, meaning pictures you took of yourself, correct?
I would like to see the selfie. I believe there were no sexual selfies sent after April 14.
I didn't say sexual. I said you were sharing pictures you took of yourself with your husband voluntarily.
Yes, he's my husband. My guess is one of our children were also involved in the picture many times.
On May 9th, you said, "Here is a selfie. Here is the selfie you asked for." That was 100% voluntary on your part, wasn't it?
Well, not voluntary, but he asked for it. But when he asked for a picture, he was not wanting one of my face.
Did he say, "I want a selfie," or did he say he wanted something else?
He said, "I want a selfie. This is my husband." I know what he means by that.
When my husband says, "I want a selfie," he means, "I want a pussy pic, spread your fucking lips, and take the fucking picture."
You're speculating what he meant. What he actually said was a selfie, and you responded saying, "Here's a selfie." You voluntarily provided that. That was consensual, correct?
Yes, I did.
On May 11th, you offered to shave him. Was that an intimate shave?
I would argue that almost all shaves are intimate shaves. What a gross thing to talk about, which brings back some memories. Listen, women do things for the men they love, including shaving them. Wow. Why is this being brought up in court?
I'd like to see the context of May 11. There's been multiple times that I have given my husband haircuts or shaves, as he calls them, in the past. Absolutely.
So
He's my
whether it
husband.
was intimate or not, you were willing and voluntary and consensual in that endeavor.
Eve Greer, which Dido song did you want to send her? I was thinking, I think there's a few that are appropriate.
You offered.
I don't think I offered. It's usually, and you could ask him, he's sitting right by you, but I would never voluntarily offer to shave him. It was not my favorite activity.
Okay, well, there's an opposite. Never mind. Not acceptable. Not appropriate.
But yes, there were times that I would shave him. He was my husband.
1 second.
1 second. I need to double check and see exactly which areas he had shaved. And if you were shaving the butthole, we have a problem.
You said on May 11th at 12:07 p.m. If you're okay with that, I can shave you.
Yeah, well, I would like to know the context prior to that message.
I'm just asking, you sent that message, didn't you?
Clearly I did. I'm sure it was in response to something. Ma'am.
And then you responded, you're going to make her be naked, and she offered to do your private area?
Oh, yes, I can attest to that. I had told him I wasn't going to shave him. And so he told me he was going to ask Gracie to shave him. And when I shave him, I am required to be naked or very.
What? Hold on, sweetheart. Listen to me. Okay, here's the thing. If it's super sexy and you have a great time being naked while you shave your partner, that's great. But don't say that you're required to do something if you've never objected to it before, or if, like, that's weird. To me, it's like, that's fine as adults, but don't assume that that's what no, like, again, she's conflating these two different types of relationships. Regardless, everybody appreciates a well-groomed part.
Minimally clothed. And so I was saying, is that what you're going to require of Gracie also when she shaves you?
Which is a fucking weird setup. What a weird setup question. Gracie's your child. Is Gracie your child? Why would you set that question up like that? That's a fucked up question to ask. That's stupid. What the fuck? You dumb? Are you stupid? Why the fuck would you even ask that? That's not even normal. Weird. Weird. Because if you even had that thought, why the fuck would you even... Oh. Yeah, the kids have K names. What happened to... Who's Gracie? Who the fuck is Gracie? Because it was Kaylee, Kelvin, and Kat... Who else? It's another K name.
And Your Honor, I'm going to interject again. We're talking a lot about someone getting a haircut or doing other things. I'm not sure the relevance to the children in this regard.
I tried to raise the relevance
you
issue.
specifically opened this door. I mean, your whole point was that it wasn't consensual, and Ms. Schmeltz was trying to show that it was. So this is your own doing.
Understood, Your Honor.
I mean, I don't, unless you want to respond further, Ms. Schmeltz, that's my ruling on it.
Thank you. Ma'am, there was no in-between text. If you're okay with that, I can shave you. And your very next text was, you going to make her naked, and she offered to do your private area, correct?
Yeah. I don't think those are the same conversations, but.
Ma'am, would you like to see it? Because they are.
No,
Very
but I'm
nice.
saying when you text people, sometimes there's multiple conversations that you're talking about, but yeah, I offered to shave him. He's my husband.
Okay, and your testimony is that in the past, you felt threatened and coerced to conduct yourself during those shaving sessions in a manner you didn't like, and yet you're separated. It's May 9th, and you're volunteering to do that.
I said that I would after he asked me to. He's still my husband. His behavior has been escalating.
Thank you. You've answered the question.
You're welcome.
On June 29th, you sent a text message that said, I will always encourage a healthy relationship between you and our kids. Last night, you said you wanted 50-50. That means supporting each other. You sent that text, correct?
Yep.
On May 14th, you sent him a text that said, I will never stop loving you. And we have the most amazing kids, and they need us both strong and happy, correct?
Absolutely.
And May 21st, you stated, and this is 2023, my hope is we can do things fairly and even all together for Cherry Festival. So that is the best week for the kids. Is that correct?
Absolutely. What day was that text, just so I can remember?
May 21st of 2023. You agree you sent that text?
Yeah, I did.
May 24th, you sent him a text, May 24th, 2023, in reference to some photos that you shared sailing on the tall ships on the bay. You stated to him, you could have come too. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
That
June
was a
23rd, 2023, you sent him a text. I would still like to take our family to Glen Arbor for fishing. You mean with Mr. Kloosterman?
Yeah.
So in this whole time period, May, April, even into June of 2023, you're separated. The complaint for divorce has been filed, and you're still wanting to do stuff as a family.
I think it's always in the best interest of the kids to see that Kevin and I can co-parent well, that we can be a unit of 5 in the best capacity that we can. I think it's in the kids' best interest that we get along and can still do activities together. Absolutely.
Yet your testimony yesterday was that he's abusive to you and the children, and you don't feel safe and you feel threatened by him. Wouldn't you agree that all these text messages don't indicate that you're fearful of him in any way?
I am never fearful of him when we are out and about in public places with other people around. I have said that from the beginning. That's the truth. That's why I feel I've kept our family so busy for years, because it's what happens behind closed doors that nobody knows about.
I'm just reviewing my notes from yesterday. It was a very long testimony, so I may have a moment.
No problem.
I'm reviewing my notes too, and my notes say your outfit yesterday better than today.
Ma'am, yesterday you testified to a single incident in 2018 where you asked Mr. Kloosterman to pack some sandwiches for your children, and he did not. You recall that?
Oh, fucking finally, the 2018 sandwich incident. Oh my God. Can anybody believe that this is being brought up in a court of law in 2023 in the United States? 2018 sandwich fucking incident when he didn't make sandwiches. I swear to God, if he didn't send them with empty lunch boxes, this better not be a fucking conversation. I swear to God, if he sent them with empty lunch boxes, fine. But you wouldn't call it the sandwich incident, would you? You would call it the empty lunchbox incident. I have a feeling he just sent them with all the shit they wanted. which they probably actually ate. And she's now calling this the sandwich incident, which is to me in fucking sane. Anyways, guys, make sure you like the video. There was a number of you here before. Please do that.
Testimony.
Yeah,
And the point of that testimony was under the category of which parent has the capacity and disposition, in this particular case, to provide the children with food and the other necessities in life. Were you saying that Mr. Klusterman starves his children or doesn't provide them food?
no, I would never say that.
Well, why bring it up then?
It was the fact that I had asked him to help me parent and make the kids sandwiches. And that was not the case on that one morning that I had asked him to do that.
That one time in 2018, in the last 15 years.
I think that's one example of many that have happened that I could show proof of other than just me verbally telling you.
But that's the incident you testified to.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that he didn't provide the children food. He just didn't provide the sandwiches, the type of food you directed him to, right?
I had made the lunch before I walked out that morning and didn't have time to make the sandwiches. So I'd asked him to finish making the lunch and put the sandwiches in there.
But you also testified that he didn't because the kids didn't want sandwiches specifically. So the issue wasn't the food, it was the type of food you dictated. That was the problem. Isn't that fair to say?
No, not at all.
So he starved his children. He didn't provide them food.
No, there was a lunch already made on the counter for them. He just had to add the main dish to it. He could have added whatever he wanted in there as a main dish.
So you don't deny that Mr. Klusterman has the capacity to provide the children with food.
No, he has every capacity. The fridge is always stocked with food. It's just whether he chooses to do it or not.
You have no concerns since June when the temporary order went into place that your children have come back unfed.
They come back starving and hungry, and Kelvin will very frequently stop home and fill his pockets with food, but it's just a different parenting style. I don't believe that Kevin's going to starve our children. No.
All fairness, Kelvin's a 15-year-old boy that's also an athlete. Wouldn't you say he's just always hungry?
Absolutely. Kevin and I joked about that a couple of days ago. Neither of us can keep him full.
So with respect to the capacity and disposition, that's equal amongst both of you.
Absolutely.
You testified yesterday regarding the property settlement agreement in this matter, and that Mr. Klusterman is going to be retaining the marital home, correct?
That is correct.
And you're going to be moving out by the end of November, correct?
I'm allowed 30 days when I have a check in my hand, 30 days to get out of the marital residence. Yes.
November 30th is stated in that property agreement, correct?
As the soonest date, yes, that I have to be moved out.
As of today, October 18th, what's the address you will be moving to?
I still have 6 weeks to figure that out at the minimum, and I will have a place.
Have you put in an offer to purchase a house yet?
No, I do not have money right now. I think I probably should have that in my hand. I have options lined up. I've looked at many things in the last few weeks.
Are you pre-approved for a loan to purchase a house as of today?
Yes, I am.
Whoa, humble brag. Pre-approved for a loan to buy a house. Holy shit. Wait, what's the median the median home price in Michigan?
What bank are you pre-approved with?
I have to say that. Yeah. Lake Michigan Credit Union.
So one thing we have to keep in mind is that she's on the stand in a courtroom, so her attorney's not sitting by her in a courtroom. So you're not permitted to sit there and talk to each other.
All right, sorry. Lake Michigan Credit Union.
And have you signed any leases for rentals?
I have not.
So as of today, it's fair to say you don't know where you're moving to.
I think as of today, yes. I don't think that has anything
Hitting close to home. Holy fuck.
to do with 6 weeks from now, but yes.
Well, we have today. We're here today. I'm asking the question about today. You testified that you believed that the 1 cat and 2 dogs that you will be retaining constitutes, or it's your opinion that it favors you under the best interest factor regarding the family unit in the proposed custodial home. Is that a correct summary of your testimony yesterday?
Yeah,
And those 2 dogs are pets that you purchased and or brought into the home after you filed for divorce, correct?
yes,
So those 2 dogs were not at all part of the family unit or the consistent family unit in the marriage.
that would be right to say that, yes.
Ma'am, you talked about a CPS investigation that occurred this summer. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Is it your position that you did not cause that CPS investigation to occur, that it wasn't you who caused that?
I did not call CPS, no.
That wasn't my question. Did you cause the CPS investigation?
I guess I don't understand how I could be the cause of something.
Did you tell somebody something that they then reported to CPS based on your words?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think my client can know if someone else called CPS or not.
Well, if she doesn't know, couldn't she just answer that she doesn't know?
Yes, but I think the question was phrased in a word of asking my client if she knew that if someone else called CPS.
I
She
thought
was
the
in-
question was whether she asked somebody.
Isn't she a teacher? As a mandated reporter? Doesn't matter what she said to somebody else. If it qualified to be a report, isn't she in negligence for not reporting that?
To call CPS. So
no.
in that circumstance, if she did that, she would know if she did, right? I mean, I don't know. I thought the question was, did she ask someone to call CPS? That's like,
I
that
thought
was,
the question was, did you tell something to someone else to make them call CPS? And I think that's not an appropriate question. Like, my client has no knowledge of if she told someone something, if they then went and called CPS.
sure. If that was the question, I agree with that.
Ms. Kloosterman, did you tell somebody at the Women's Resource Center that you had concerns about Mr. Kloosterman sexually grooming your daughters?
Oh my fucking God. Oh, so help me God if this is fake.
Yes,
And shortly after that, where you told somebody that at Women's Resource Center, there was a CPS investigation, wasn't there?
yes,
And you're aware during that CPS investigation, Nobody else except you made that allegation.
That I am not sure of. I don't know what other people do.
You know that your children were interviewed by the Children's Advocacy Center in a forensic interview, right? Because you took them.
Yep.
And right after that interview, CPS said to you,
I'm a bit concerned about the mother at this point. She never said a word about SA before this, except for that weird text message. And if she had really thought that, would she have stayed in the situation she was in like that long? And then secondly, if it is not SA from the father to the children, please, dear God, hope it's not. Like, seriously, let's all pray for that for 1 second. Then I'm so concerned about a parent who would put a child through a child SA investigation interview. That in itself is fucking violating and definitely horrible for a child, especially if they've never had a SA. If they've had it, it is going to be telling. Absolutely telling. But if you are doing that because of your feelings about your ex-husband, soon to be ex-husband, partner, whatever, and you don't have true fucking feelings that could be the real case, and you never protected them prior to that, you only started protecting, quote unquote, them after the divorce proceedings started, then I'm sorry. I got some talking to do with you.
send the children to Mr. Klusterman. There were no disclosures, right?
Absolutely. Which
And
I was
yet yesterday, you're claiming this is still happening, even though you know that CPS fully investigated it.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't believe my client. I think that's a mischaracterization of her testimony yesterday. She did not say that CPS investigation is still occurring.
No, she said that she believed Mr. Klusterman is grooming her daughter sexually. That's what she testified to. And I'm exploring that she knows that CPS investigated it and concluded otherwise.
Well, I thought you were talking about whether she said there was an investigation ongoing, and I don't have any notes to suggest that either. So maybe just rephrase the question.
Ma'am, you know that CPS investigated your allegations that Mr. Klusterman was sexually grooming your daughters, right? You know that.
Yes, there was a CPS investigation, and yes, my children were interviewed.
And there were no disclosures during that interview by any of your children of anything to that degree, correct?
Absolutely. And you know what? That was actually really good as a mom. Why would I want there to be allegations?
Ooh, that doesn't ring very true.
And you know that CPS concluded that investigation not substantiating, meaning they found no preponderance that those allegations had truth, correct?
Absolutely.
And you knew that before you testified yesterday, claiming to this court the same thing. You knew somebody already investigated and concluded otherwise. And you perpetuated to this court yesterday that you still believed that to be true, didn't you?
I'm the mom of these children, and I want to ensure their safety to what they were disclosed at the CPS report. I'm glad they didn't find anything of more substantial evidence. I want the safety of my kids. What I'm saying to you and to the court is that I want to ensure that the safety of my children continues, whether they're with both of us or with one of us separately. And I think as of right now, that's my goal is since we are getting divorced, I want to ensure the safety of my kids when I'm not around. I've been around them up until April 14, their entire lives, and have been able to ensure their safety.
Mr. Klusterman's been around them since April of 2023, just the same as you, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
But my question is, ma'am, yesterday you told this court you believed your daughters were being sexually groomed by Mr. Klusterman. That was your testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And as of yesterday, when those words came out of your mouth, you already knew that CPS investigated and concluded otherwise before those words came out of your mouth yesterday, right?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Lance?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Klusterman, a lot of the text messages that council referenced were between April and May of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes,
And at that time, were you still contemplating reconciliation with your husband?
absolutely.
Ms. Klusterman, in June of 2023, was there what I would call escalating aggressive behavior from your husband?
Yes,
Can you explain that?
yes. After he was allowed to move back home, the situation around the two of us intensified. I think we were both realizing what was coming. And although I was hoping, I mean, you don't get married to get divorced. And I think I was still at that point trying to figure out if we could get through this. But also at that point, I knew that there had to be some boundaries and things set in place that as a wife and a mom of these kids that needed to be set in place to ensure their safety and mine. And it is when I talked to Kevin about the things that I wanted going forward, things got really escalated because he did not want to not abide by them. I'm not his mom, but like the things that he saw as should be happening in our marriage, they were different. I wanted open communication. I wanted access to our credit card statements and our phone records. And I wanted to know the truth of everything. That was like my first thing, is I want to know the truth. And when I would find out things that were not the truth from him, I was realizing that this marriage has not been built on truth. And so knowing that going through, yeah, things were escalating.
And was his escalating behavior in June, was that, or did it give you the finality that you needed to make the decision that reconciliation wasn't possible?
Yes, it did.
Ms. Klusterman, yesterday we watched a couple of videos of your husband interacting with the children.
Objection, this goes beyond the scope of cross-exam. I didn't ask about any videos.
I would ask for a little leeway because I am getting to a point of.
Yeah, let's see where the question goes first. It may have just been, let's see. I'm not ruling on the objection just yet. Let's see where the question goes, and then you'll have an opportunity, Mr. Schmunzer.
In those videos, Ms. Klusterman, you're seen trying to, what I call, like, I guess for lack of a better term, like rescue or intervene between the children and your husband. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the reason that you typically ask to do things as a family so that you can be there and intervene with the defendant?
Yes.
So you, just to be clear, part of the reason you ask to do family activities is so that you can be a buffer.
Yes, I feel like in our marriage, I'm usually the buffer.
Are you putting your safety at a lesser priority than the protection of your children in those scenarios?
Yes.
Ms. Klusterman, are there any coping mechanisms that you developed during your marriage to deal with the defendant's behavior?
Yes, there's multiple. When he would suggest things, I would usually ignore it for a while. When he would continue to ask or incessantly text me messages about things that I was uncomfortable about, I would first ignore it. Then I would be very careful of what questions, like in a strain of questions, I would only ask a certain number of answer a certain question or two. And then he'd be like, well, how come you're not answering this other question? then I would it would like entertain the idea. I would find ways to skirt around the sexual questions that would
And
pertain.
after those coping mechanisms failed, was your ultimate resolution to simply consent to his requests?
Yes.
Do you consider that progress of coping mechanism failure, eventual consent to be a voluntary act?
I think I was doing what I had to survive at that point and get through.
And Ms. Klusterman, do you believe that you can have an independent belief from what a CPS worker concluded?
Absolutely.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any final questions for this witness, Ms. Schmelzer?
Yes. Ma'am, you just testified to a variety of coping mechanisms that you claim you used during the marriage. And is it fair to say that you're saying that you did that for years?
I mean, I think my coping mechanisms evolved over time. Is the relationship Kevin and I had at the beginning of our marriage the same as it is 17 years, 3 kids later? No. These coping mechanisms are ways that I've figured out how to de-escalate.
But you engaged what you believe were quote unquote coping mechanisms for years, or what was the time frame?
I mean, my tools have evolved, but like, are you speaking about like me ignoring his text messages? Is that, or? I mean, we've been married for 17 years.
Is that your only mechanism, is to ignore his text messages? First of all, again, let me just say something really quickly, guys. If you begin a relationship and you experiment or experience sexually things that you later determine you're not comfortable with, you're allowed to say that. That's allowed. You're okay to change your mind later on down the road. But you have to verbiage that. You have to talk about that. And so you need to realize that people are allowed to grow, they're allowed to change, they're allowed to evolve, and their needs are allowed to change. But what you need to do is be communicative about those things. And so when you've got somebody who's saying now, like, it pisses me off to no end as somebody who does things that people would consider abusive in some situations by choice and almost by begging, because the reality is the average guy can't handle that kind of thing. So it's very few and far between you find a real man who can handle that kind of stuff. But when you do, and then he does, there's all these situations where people could assume things that aren't even true. And in quite to the contrary is me asking for those things. And what's bothersome is like somebody belatedly saying like, oh, I didn't really want to do that. Well, then you needed to say that at that time. Like, I get what it's very bothersome to me, because all it does is make people really skittish and weird of people that do agree to do those things, even if you've had discussions and talks, and which I think is the healthy baseline for all of those things. You know, consent is something that can be given and revoked. You can stop whenever you want. I think a lot of people forget this in a lot of different situations, but you can stop whenever you want, and there's no sort of like negative consequences that can happen from people stopping a situation. I'm talking about BDSM right now, and I'm talking about when you've said, hey, I want to do this with you/you/you, and then midway through doing it with you/you/you, you go, oh, I don't actually like doing this. Well, guess what? The beauty of that relationship being a consensual adult one is that you can go, you know what, guys, I'm done. I'm actually done. Thank you so much. And they'll be like, of course, thank you so much for playing along that amount. Like literally nobody's mad at you. Nobody's angry. That's just the way it is. But a lot of women, especially young women, don't understand that you can just say stop. Woo! And people will stop, you know? And if you're with somebody that really cares, they're going to stop and they're also going to like kick out the other people that were there, maybe that were making you uncomfortable. I've had that happen before. Or I've been like, oh, that person asked to do XYZ, and I've already said XYZ is off limits. And they asked 3 times, and that person was like, what? They asked you 3 times to do something that we already talked about was off limits? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, hold on a second. Hey, fuck off, and literally kick the person out of the house. Like that is, you know, shows a lot of care to somebody because it's like, oh, it's not about the end experience. It's about your experience in the moment. And if you've said, I really don't want to be talked about XYZ, and this person continues to talk about it, that's sort of ruining your moment. And so to me, that was like one of the hottest moments ever. It was like, oh, they stood up for me. Like, wow, that's pretty cool. And maybe that just speaks to like my youth and my raising. But regardless, anyways, I think we're about to hear from the husband. I don't know if I'm ready for it. I guess we are. I already don't like what I've heard from the wife. I'm worried about what I'm going to hear from the husband. I feel for the kids. That's who I feel for in this case. You know, I come to this with some experience. I'm a person who's been divorced through raising a child, but I never, ever, ever would have involved my child the way that these people are doing. And so it's hard to empathize with them. Anyways, we got to keep watching. I mean, we got to finish it. We have to finish it. It's like a penance we pay.
Years, there's coping mechanisms as parents, as married couple that we do. This has escalated behavior, so I've had to find mechanisms and coping methods to do that as well.
But ma'am, your testimony yesterday included examples and exhibits dating from 2015 to 2018 to 2019. Things that happened 8-9 years ago. You're saying you lived under those conditions.
Absolutely.
Yet in April and May of 2023, and even into June of 2023, you wished and desired to reconcile and stay married to Mr. Kloosterman after all of those things.
Yes. He's the husband.
You see how that doesn't make sense, that you want to be married and reconcile just a few months ago?
Mm-hmm. Is that the end of your question?
Yes.
Yes. I think nobody.
No further questions.
Okay.
Well, I have some questions, and to be perfectly fair, I mentioned to the attorneys that I was going to be asking these, so I didn't know, we didn't go over this at all. So, it's something that I am very curious about. On June 15th, 2023, ma'am, the court entered the temporary order, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have to say yes or no.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
So, and what's your understanding of what the parenting time arrangement is and the custody arrangements?
My understanding in the temporary order is that it is a week on. Like if Kevin and I can't agree to something, we fall back on that. So a week on, week off, transfer time at 6 p.m. on Sunday, 3-hour parenting time during the week that falls back on Wednesday if we can't agree on a different day.
And just generally speaking, have the two of you been, I believe there's a show cause issue still pending here, so I'm not getting into that, but generally speaking, are the two of you operating your parenting time according to the order?
Yes, since that went in place, I would say so.
So since June?
Yeah.
Okay. And how's it going?
I mean, I think it's going okay. I think we both miss the kids. I think the kids are, I think the kids are better with me. There's things like I am always the one encouraging them to, call Kevin before, hey, did you talk to your dad today? I'm encouraging that relationship all the time. I think that the kids seek me more frequently for their daily routines, making sure that certain things are met, whether there's money in their lunch accounts or they have their things for the field trip the next day. Like that's what I've been doing their whole lives. That's what they're accustomed to doing. I think if I can be honest, I'm frustrated with the fact that it's evident as their mom that they're under a lot of anxiety and stress when they're with Kevin, that they feel like they can't talk to me or see me, even if we're out in public at a game. I've been told, again, that's hearsay, but they
objection.
She stopped. Yep.
The text messages that I get,
Not the content of the text messages. You can say the children communicated with
the children communicate with me that they want to see me if we're
Objection. She's just trying to get around hearsay.
Understood.
No, I'm not trying.
I know it's hard.
I'm just trying to be honest. Like I hate
well,
being.
but you can be honest about your. You can still should be honest because you're under oath.
Right.
But you don't need to tell me what the kids are saying. I'll go over all of this with them.
I feel like
helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want there to be this open. I mean, we're here today because of the kids, right? The kids are, I hope, Kevin and I's best interest through all of this anyway. I just want our kids to feel okay and safe coming to both of us when we're with the other parent. The kids share with me things, as I'm sure I don't know if they do with Kevin, they share with me things that they have always shared with me. I understand that this sucks, really. I have always wanted what's best for my kids. And I've always done the day-to-day stuff with my kids, our kids, that I want to continue doing. Is Kevin a great dad in public? Absolutely. Do I have concerns when I'm not the buffer there between the children? Yes. But again, that's in private. And so when I'm not going to be around them in private, that's my concern, is that I can ensure the safety of my kids when I'm not around. He's done the fun parenting things all the time. Yes, that's great. But who does the day-to-day routines of parent permission slips and lunches and homework, and when the kids are fighting and when they're bickering and making them clean their rooms, and like that's what I've been doing the whole time.
Sure, and it's probably obvious, but as you get divorced, there's going to be a new dynamic, right?
Absolutely, the new
So
system.
it would be impossible for things to stay the same if you get divorced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So since when did school start for the minors?
September 6th.
And how has this custody arrangement affected their attendance at school, their grades at school, any their sports. We're all well aware that you and defendant keep the minors active. But I'm just looking at, I think it's pretty obvious what I'm looking for here. We just didn't have any, for whatever reason, and I don't criticize an attorney's strategy, but for whatever reason, we didn't go over anything really since this order. I don't know why, but this is something that's important to me. Okay, so that's why I'm wondering. If these questions aren't asked of the defendant, if he testifies, I'll be asking him the same question. So I hope you don't feel like I'm just grilling you. It's just, I have to decide this case, and there's information that I think that is vital to a case that was not presented. Okay.
Okay.
So that's why I'm getting at this. Okay.
Absolutely.
What have you noticed anything, or how does the dynamic work right now with the 50-50 arrangement?
I noticed that, I have access to the kids' daily reports for their homework turned in or not turned in, and whether things are done or not. School's relatively early still on there. It's not like an exam time has come, but I know that in the week that Kelvin was with Kevin this spring, Kelvin failed 2 exams during his time. I know that when they come back to me, there's still homework that has to be done that's due on Monday. I try to have that all done before I send the kids to him on Sunday, so that they don't have to spend their Sunday night doing it. But most cases, at least in the last few weeks, the kids still have homework on Sunday night when they come back to me. Having the kids call me during the week is great. I've always been a very active participant in their homework situation. If you're talking like school wise, I still do, parent permission slips. It's frustrating a little bit, because when they come back to me on Sunday night, they all 3 come with a bag of dirty laundry. It's part of the routine is they come in the door and I said, throw your laundry here. And it's like I feel like they're at, and I'm not saying Cheryl doesn't do laundry. I'm sure she does. Dale said that this morning, that their laundry's going, but I send everything to them on Sunday night, clean, folded. Originally, the girls shove it in their suitcase, but like things are clean and they're orderly. They're ready to go for the week. Everything's in order. And they come back on Sunday night to me, and it's all dirty laundry that I've got to figure out what I can get done before, Monday morning. Homework's not done. It's like they've gone away to a week at summer camp, and then I have to pick up the parenting pieces.
Do you know whether they're having any absences or tardies or anything like that?
Not offhand, no. I know that they've both been sick, and I know Kevin and I talked when he had Kelvin last week. I sent him a message to make sure that he would call him in, and I believe he did. But usually I'm the one who calls in the kids when they're sick or absent. I think we both get them to school.
Okay. I think that's all the questions that I have about the order. I obviously am going to open this back up for the attorneys if you want to ask some questions, but I'll start with Ms. Lentz. Do you have any questions? These questions will be based entirely on my questions, though, like we normally would. So I'm not going to open the whole thing back up. It's only based on my questions.
Understood, Your Honor. Ms. Glusterman, since you guys started doing the week on, week off order, have you noticed any change in your children's behavior?
Yes, mostly with our son. And granted, he's 15, right? So you have to take it out of in context a little bit of a 15-year-old boy, giving his parents grief, because if we were together, he would be doing the same thing. But the way that he talks to me when he comes back from Kevin is very disrespectful. It always takes a couple of days to remind him of my expectations, or the gentle prodding as a mom, like we don't talk like that, or I need you to be respectful when you talk to me. and and I truly believe it's because he's seen how Kevin has talked to me. And when I'm not there to buffer it for a whole week, you know, I have to then do all that buffering for the first couple of days he's back.
And with the girls, any change of behavior with them?
Not really. I mean, I think they're trying to get through this as best as they can too. It's hard to say a little bit because of the different parenting styles. But like burping and all of that kind of stuff, farting, they come back and they think that's hilarious. And it's just a different, I guess like when you burp, you say, excuse me, you know, just little things like that I noticed that are not consistent. But that's how we parent differently.
Would you say the change in behavior you've noticed from your son is a negative change of behavior?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ms. Schmelzer?
No questions.
I'm sorry, I must
No
have.
questions.
Thank
Sorry.
you. All right, thank you.
So, like, really? No questions? That's the end of that? Okay, fine. We'll move on to the next guy. Guys, if you're just getting here, like the video, we're going to switch to the next one where we're going to talk to the dad. See when he shaves, who shaves him, which part of his body do they shave? These are the questions we have at this moment for this dad.
Procedurally, again, Ms. Lentz, any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
In other words, plaintiff arrest at this time?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's go off the record briefly. All right, we are back on the record on case number 2317423 DM. Plaintiff rested before we went off the record for lunch, and I'll turn it back over to Ms. Schmelzer to call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to call my client, Kevin Kloosterman.
Dun dun dun. Kevin Kloosterman, who named his child Kelvin Kloosterman.
You 1 second. All right, sir, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Kloosterman, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kevin Kloosterman, KEVIN KLOOSTERMAN.
And you're the defendant and counter plaintiff in this matter, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you share children with the plaintiff, Mrs. Jennifer Kloosterman?
Yes, I do.
What are their names and ages?
Calvin is 15, Callie is 13, and Kelsey is 10.
And you and Mrs. Kloosterman are also married, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did you marry?
August 19th, 2006.
When you and Mrs. Kloosterman first started having children, were you both working, or was one of you a stay-at-home parent? How did that work?
We were both working.
What types of jobs did each of you work at the time the children, well, I guess at the time Kelvin, your oldest, was born?
At that time, Jen was working at TC Christian. I worked at UPS and had Kloosterman Outdoor.
What were your respective work schedules?
At UPS, I started anywhere from 3 to 4 in the morning and worked till 9 a.m. And I worked as a preloader, just loading trucks. And that's how I got my health insurance at the time. And Jen was working at TC Christian, probably 8 to 3. She was the athletic director over there. So there were a lot of evenings that she was gone to.
And so after you...
Okay, athletic director. First of all, as a Canadian, that is a new position that I didn't know existed. Shout out to Miss Donna Orlando Chiquita. I don't think she's here right now. Maybe she is. It's pretty late back east. Regardless, my point is that Donna took me to my first ever football game. It was a high school football game, and they talked about the athletic programs available at this school. And I was shook. I tell you, shook to hear 30 athletic programs. Shame on our Canadian system for we don't have one coach, never mind multiple coaches. It is abysmal. And I was like cheering them on. I was like, 30, holy motherfucker. Good fucking job, people. Great job. Like, we don't, I literally, I've said this joke now like 50 times. We were sitting at the football game. I said, I don't think my high school took school this seriously. I don't think my high school took life this seriously. And I don't even think my high school took a fire this seriously. You would not get this reaction if there was a fucking fire at the school during a fucking school day. There would be less people waiting outside to deal with it. Seriously. I mean, I went to an inner city school. I'm going to admit that. There's no getting around that. It was definitely an inner city school. And a fine arts school at that. But regardless, my whole point still stands. You would be hard pressed to find the amount of parents out at a game to support their kids or at any sort of thing in high school. It's crazy. It's crazy. Did I meet Drake at Degrassi? No, because I live on the west coast of Canada. I don't know. Honestly, I'm actually a little young for Degrassi. I was born in 1988, so also I was like, I grew up in the time when it was not cool to be Canadian. You wanted to be American. You know, you watched MTV instead of Much Music or whatever. Yeah, I'm a total youngster. I'm 35. I'm a 35-year-old lady. We have no inner city. Fuck off, Loud Elvis. There's one single inner city school. It's the one that I went to called Vic High.
After Calvin was born, how did those work schedules, was that what the work schedules were?
Yeah, I worked until 9 and would come home, or Jen would even sometimes take him, Kelvin to school, and I would pick him up there and have him for the day. Some days my mom would help out. Some days we had other friends help out so that I could work. Otherwise, I was home during the day with him. And as soon as Jen got home, that would be when I would go mow and do my lawn care stuff.
How long after Calvin was born did Mrs. Fishman return to work?
Maybe 3 months.
For shame, America. For shame. 3 months before the woman gave birth and then went back to work. That's fucking atrocious. Thank you, Canada. There's one thing I will never, although I'm done having babies, so it's not as, applicable to me nowadays. But back in the day, when I was first of childbearing age, it would be important to me to have a year off of work. I mean, now it's not as important, but you guys should give mamas a year off of work.
That's pretty, it was pretty, whatever the standard time.
I apologize. I'm going to kick my dog out of the office because so give me 1 second here and he's going to give me trouble.
Kick her dog out of the office. Holy fucking shit. A year? Why are you exclaiming like that's crazy? A year, and then I took 2 more years off because I was like, I'm not giving my 1-year-old child to somebody that I don't know. That's ridiculous. No. I'll take 2 more years off.
Come on, Charlie. Yep. I mean, I don't know. You can't testify to
Charlie!
Sorry, he was good all morning and he wants to be part of the conversation, so I apologize. He's gone now. How did you share childcare responsibilities at that time?
Oh, so to be clear, Lisa Figalicious, great question. Here is the thing. When you have, maternity or parental leave or maternity leave is paid for via the Canadian EI system, which is called Employment Whenever you work at a job where you pay taxes, they automatically take a portion of those taxes and apply them to something called EI. And you pay into that program your whole working life. And if you're ever laid off for a reason that is not the fault of your own, or you go on a maternity leave or a parental leave, then you dip into that social system that you've been paying into your whole life. Now, before COVID, there was basically a formula that was done. So depending on where you live in the country, the unemployment rate is sort of calculated. So they understand that certain areas have better employment or unemployment rates than others. And so that would be that would be the standard. But basically, how it works is that you can draw on your unemployment insurance as a maternity leave for like the whole year. And then before you can take out again, you have to put in a number of hours. It's like 4,000 hours or something like that. Regardless, though, everybody's entitled to that year, and you're not allowed to give away that person's job. And that's the critical factor. So even if your company, like what happens normally is your company tops you up to your standard amount. So you're getting paid the same amount for the whole year as if you were working, but you're not working. And then what happens is that when you go back to work, you have your job back. Nobody can take that job from you. That's law. If they've gone ahead and given away your job to somebody else, you have like a lawsuit towards them and you can sort of make money off of that. Now, here's the thing. The EI system, everybody puts into your whole life. It's just the way it is. Your wife lost a very good state job because our twins were early and she went over her time and was not released back to work yet. See, that in particular would be illegal in Canada as a discrimination against somebody for a medical reason. So specifically, like, for example, my daughter was born in December and I started my maternity leave in October. I was like, I'm done. And they're like, I thought you weren't having your baby till December. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I'm not. And they're like, well, what about November? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not working for November. And they're like, oh, really? And I'm like, yeah, really, I'm not. And they're like, oh, okay. But then as soon as I signed off from work, I signed back on to maternity leave. And so my money, like I still got paid the same amount of money. And that began my year of leave. After that year of leave, I was like, oh, I'm going back to work. That's like not going to happen. So I took 2 more years after that where I worked on the side, but I didn't get paid from the government. So that was just my own choice. You don't get paid from the government when you want to do that. They're like, fuck no, you only paid in for a year. You got to work again until you can earn another baby. So, but as a teacher, or a government employee, after your first year of work, like maternity leave, they'll ask you if you'd like to do another like 6 months, and they'll pay you like 50% of your salary for the 6 months, but you'll maintain your job or something like that. Or they might even do it for 2 years. Anyways, the reality is that it is important because I don't believe in sending babies that are not verbal to childcare facilities that they are not related to. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but you ain't taking my baby that can't talk out of my fucking sight, or, my sister or whoever, like my family's sight. There's no fucking way in my mind that you're taking a 6-week-old, 8-week-old, 12-week. No fucking way. Not a goddamn fucking chance. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know how mamas do that. That would be insane to me. So, I wasn't willing to let mine go till she was 3.5 and well talking, but she never went to daycare or anything like that till she was 3.5. So anyways, let's keep watching this. This is the dad talking now. Again, parenting is such a personal thing, and I'm glad I've done it, and I'm partway through it, I'll say. My daughter is better child than I ever was. And I thank her for it every single day. I'll say that.
We divided and conquered, and Kelvin went to a lot of sporting events or school with Jen, or I stayed home with them. We worked well as a team and did what we had to do. And I would, as soon as Jen was done with work, I would work until dark so I could get as much done, and we did what had to be done.
Who was kind of responsible for, feeding, diapering, bathing, nighttime routines, morning routines?
Both of us.
And then you had another child.
Mhm.
How did your work schedules change or stay the same?
I forget when Jen went back to Sutton's Bay. I think there was a time she went to Kingsley. I forget the order of where she worked. It was difficult. It was very difficult. But it stayed the same. We did get help from my mom. Jen's mom was willing to help when she could. We had a friend that would help take a day. Again, we just did what needed to be done, and we divide and conquer and work together.
Was there ever a period of time more than, I guess, the standard 3 months after a child's birth? Was there ever a period of time that either one of you took time off work to raise children?
No. Jen, of course, home during the summertime, so that helps. But in the wintertime, I'm home a lot. Unless it snows, I'm home. Something with plowing is I kind of try to get to 30 plows. So that pretty much means I work 30 days from, say, November 15th to end of March. So that's a lot of time I'm at home. I mean, there can be times where it snows multiple days in a row and whatnot, and it can be more than 30 days. One year it was 48, but it's typically in the middle of the night. So I was with the kids during the day at home and working all night.
And so if you were home with the kids during the day, were you taking care of feeding them?
Yes.
Diapering?
Yes,
All
playing
that,
with them,
playing
all
with
of that
them.
stuff. Yes, I loved that time with them.
Did you leave UPS at one point?
I did.
Okay, when was that?
Maybe 2009 or 8, 9. Yeah, it wasn't too long after. I bet it was 2009.
And is that when you sort of more so focused on Klusterman outdoor
Yes.
landscaping and snow plowing?
Yes, and I also didn't need the healthcare anymore. Being married to Jen, she provided the healthcare.
And then you had a third child.
Yep.
How did that change the dynamics or stay the same as far as childcare, working, things like that?
I kind of felt like going from 1 to 2 was a big deal, but going from 2 to 3 wasn't a big deal. Same sort of thing. We did what had to be done. Kelsey was also born in June, so that Jen was home right off the bat for a few months before she did go back to school in the fall. That first fall was crazy. Our family does a lot for us and helps. So
And you
we did what
were-
we had to do.
And you were staying at home with the kids during the day
Yes,
at that point in time while Miss Klisterman went to work.
yes, as much as possible.
Would you say that was more than 2 or 3 days a week?
Yes.
Okay. And all 3 children were in your care at that time?
Calvin started to go, so Calvin would have been going to like preschool, and he went up, I forget what year it was or whatever, but he started to go. Jen was at Sutton's Bay at that point, and he started to go to preschool and stuff up there. So he went with Jen to school.
And then you had the girls.
I had the girls, yes.
And all through that period of time, no problems as far as Mrs. Klisterman being concerned or expressing concern that you shouldn't be alone with these kids.
No, absolutely not.
Was she participating in that decision that that's kind of how you guys were doing the child rearing at that point?
Yeah, we thought it was great. I mean, we loved that Jen was a teacher and was able to have her summers off. My schedule was great in the winter for being able to stay home with them. I mean, it got crazy at times. There were days I didn't sleep because obviously I'm not going to go to sleep when my kids are awake. And there would be times my mom or whatever would come over so I could sleep
Sorry, what? Hold on. What did he just say? I'm definitely not going to go to sleep if my kids are awake.
days I didn't sleep because obviously I'm not going to go to sleep when my kids are awake. And there would be times my mom or whatever would come over so I could sleep for a few hours. It happened. If it was snowing multiple days in a row or whatever. But again, and Jen would be home by 3-4 o'clock in those days, and we made it work. We were a great team doing that.
And as the kids kind of got older, started going to school, how did the schedules or the responsibilities of child rearing change?
When they were young, they went to Sutton's Bay. We'd get them up and get them going, and all three of them left to go to school with Jen.
Is that because she was working?
They went with Jen because she worked there, and that was easiest at the time, and that allowed me to work more. But if I went to all their things at school and whatnot, just because they were up in Sutton's Bay didn't mean I didn't do anything or whatnot. But I was still involved and went to all their stuff.
What kind of stuff did you go to?
Their plays, their singing events, their sporting events. I went on a bus trip with Callie in those days to the State Theater, or the theater downtown, to see what's that Christmas movie with Tom Hanks in the train? I don't know, whatever that. I don't remember that.
The Polar Express.
Yeah, the Polar Express. That's what it is. And did those things, and was very much involved in their lives.
And when did the kids stop going to Sutton's Bay?
Kelvin stopped going to Sutton's Bay after 5th grade. He was playing hockey at that point and other sports, and wanted to go to school with his friends. And so we moved him over to Traverse City East so that he could start going to Traverse City schools and go to school with his friends.
Was that a mutual decision that you and Mrs. Klusterman made together?
Yes, it was.
And then at that time, were the two girls still going to Sutton's Bay?
Yes, the two girls were going to Sutton's Bay. They would leave with Jen, and I brought Kelvin to school every day, picked Kelvin up from school every day. And we made it work. I worked during the day, would leave work to go pick him up. I would go home with him until Jen got home at 4:30, whatever time it was, and then I would go work more, unless the kids had something up. I never missed their events.
And so getting Kelvin to school and picking him up every day, did you make sure he had meals or snacks when he got home, homework stuff?
Yep. At that time, I mean, Jen made most of the lunches. That was just something she did. But when he got home, I fed him, played with him. I mean, I loved that time with kids. And
then did there come a time that your two daughters stopped going to Sutton's Bay as well?
Yes, the next year, we moved them. Jen wasn't happy with some things that were going on at Sutton's Bay. Kelsey was falling behind at Sutton's Bay. It kind of hurt Kelsey being Jen's daughter at Sutton's Bay. I think she became like the teacher's helper rather than like the student in those days. Not that Jen was the teacher, but she kind of filled that role, and she kind of fell behind. And we made the decision to move them to Eastern, and that was a great move.
And was that a mutual decision? You and Mrs. Klusterman talked about it and made that decision together? Yes, we made that decision together. And even when Kelsey went to Eastern, they realized pretty quickly over there that she had fallen behind, and I was involved in those meetings. That was about the time of COVID, so we run meetings over Zoom with Eastern and people at Eastern. I know Jen said yesterday I've never been a part of any of that, but that's just not true. I was on those Zoom meetings to be involved. Do you take an interest in your children's education?
Absolutely. I get emails every week of their progress reports and how they're doing. Those kids make me very proud. They do very well in school. I make sure to text them and call them and tell them I'm very proud of them. If for some reason the grades slip, I ask them.
Sir, you probably should have like worked on your fake cry a little bit better. I would give it a 1.2 out of 10.
What happened with getting grades every week, it's normally just a missing assignment, so they're able to do that assignment and get those grades back up. But yeah, I'm very involved in their school, and I want them to do well, and I'm very proud of them.
Yeah, prior to the separation, I know we're talking about a span of 14, almost 15 years now. But in general, you know, how did the childcare duties, how'd they go? Who did what?
I mean, Jen made most of the lunches because that's just what the way that it went. I mean, all those years we divided and conquered, and we found a way to make it happen. There were things that
Divided and conquered. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, tell me, I mean, I'm gonna guess this. The ladies in the chat are gonna say, yeah, we divided and conquered, whereas I took 75% of the load and my partner took 25% and bitched about it the whole time. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Tell me. Here's the thing. The second my daughter was able to buy lunches at school, I was immediately happy. I was like, bitch, look, those people being paid to make your lunch and you don't want it. Yeah, no doubt you don't want the shit I make. Okay? Make a choice.
she did, there were things that I did. I was bringing Calvin to school. I brought Calvin to school all 3 years that he was in East. I've brought Callie to school every year that she's been at East, other than now during Jen's parenting time. Jen takes her. I would come back and get Kelsey. Calvin walks to school by himself. I would come back and take Kelsey to school. We'd bike. We live near Eastern, so I would bike her over to Eastern, do our cool handshake, that fist bump that we do every single time. The kids come home from school. I mean,
Hold on, Mikey, they let you eat at school with your kids. Huh. As a kid, I do recall sometimes there were like special days when my parents forgot lunch and would bring Subway sandwiches for my lunch. And it was like the best day ever, you know, like I had successfully hidden the lunch enough that they didn't realize it and they brought me a Subway sandwich. And but they would never stay. I mean, they would leave the sandwich and go. You got to stay? That's pretty cool. When my daughter was young, I went, but she did not want me. She would say, "Leave, Mom." And I'm like, "Well, I bought 30 cookies." She's like, "That's fine. I'll take the cookies. Leave me." Oh, that's sort of cute.
we make sure that they're fed. You know, yes, Jen does a lot of the homework stuff, but she's the teacher. That's a huge advantage for our kids that she's in that world. So yeah, I'm going to take advantage of that because she's awesome with that. And while she's doing that, I mean, we have 3 kids that are in sports nonstop. I take those kids to their events. I sit at practice. We do what it takes. in the wintertime when I'm home. I spend the day cleaning the house. I did all the laundry. I wasn't always great with like folding up the girl stuff because I didn't know whose was whose. Jen likes her stuff a certain way, so I didn't know.
Did all the laundry? Do you see my face? Did you see my fucking face drop open? Did all the laundry?
Always do her stuff, but I always did my stuff, always did Calvin's stuff. I tried to have dinner ready, a lot of crock pot stuff. Or we ate out a lot. That's no secret. We spent too much money doing that, but when kids are running all over for practice, sometimes that's easier. But we did it as a team. We were great together until we weren't.
What about doctor and dentist appointments and that type of medical care? Who did that?
Well, in Canada, you wouldn't do that because you don't have a doctor. Let's just start there. But so Loud Elvis says, you still do all the laundry? No biggie? And Mikey agrees? You've done all your family's laundry and made dinner for 25 years? Wow. Melanie says, you're a hot commodity, Mikey. I would have to agree. And Iowa says, you're a good husband. I would agree. Here's a question. Is your laundry on the main floor or is it in the basement? Because personally, when the laundry is on the main floor, let's say like one time for some weird reason, I had a laundry room that was off my bedroom. Oh my fucking God. Do you know how much laundry I did when my laundry room was off my bedroom? It was amazing. There was never a dirty clothes in sight because there it was right away. Just did it all day long, never running down the stairs, like remembering the timers going off. Like that was the key for me, was having laundry in my room. But if it's in the basement, I'm partial to forget. I'll be honest.
I mean, probably 75% Jen. Again, she's home with them in the summertime. We tried to make those appointments, not miss school, so it would be after school hours, days off, whatever. But I definitely brought them to dentist appointments, I take them to orthodontist appointments. I've taken them to, Calvin hurt his knee a couple years ago playing hockey.
Are you telling me stairs and a basement is a humble brag? A double humble brag, Loud Elvis? Because before I leave this house, my mother, the bitch she is, we know she ain't watching this, is selling this house that we've lived in for 25 years. And I should tell some stories in this house before we leave it. One of those stories is this house. I'm in the basement right now. There's a main floor and then an upper floor as well. So I guess humble brag, humble brag, humble brag. But somebody was talking about breaking a window earlier. I can't remember where it was. I'm sure it was on Credence and Mikey. At some point, somebody broke a window. Anyways, in this house, when I was in the 9th grade, and we still had a house phone, and the house was still joined, which to me means all the staircases are still intact. So in this house right now, the staircases are not intact. They've been taken out internally and they're external staircases because it's all separate suites. But anyways, so when I started living here, all the staircases were intact. They were inside the house. And there was also a outside staircase. And it must have been June or July. There was something happening outside, which was outside. And yeah, I heard the phone ring inside. I still laugh about this because I ran up the front staircase, and for some reason, the stupid designer of this house made the window face out over the staircase. So I literally, like, head down, ran up the stairs, and head straight through the window. And all the glass shatters. And I stupidly reach out to grab the glass and catch it because I'm a fucking idiot. And I'm like, oh! And so, like, I grab it, but I reach back in, and then I, like, let all the glass drop, and I look around, and I'm super embarrassed. First of all, like, the main thing I'm concerned about is embarrassed. No, I was maybe 14 years old. There's no cocaine, no drugs, just pure hormones and life. And I'm just like, I'm gonna run away. And so I, like, ran into the house, and I'm just like, your whole body just went through a window and your hands just caught glass. Like, you need to check yourself to see how fucked up you are. And I looked, and not a thing except for one spot on my hand, which I still have a scar from. And yet still the window exists in this house. And my mom, I remember her yelling back at me. She's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, answering the phone, because the phone was ringing inside. And as anybody who's probably my age or older knows, if the phone is ringing inside, it's never, ever, ever going to ring again if you don't answer it. So, good night, Vicky. Did you just have tiny hands? My hands, I guess they're tiny. Was that me on a chase the other day? No, never, never, never. A chase in my house, yes. A chase outside, no. My hands, yes, they are tiny. The girl that did my nails last time, and I need my nails done again soon, which is sad. Lisa. She did say they're baby hands, so.
I took him to those appointments. Typically, if it's during the day in school, I pick them up from school and take them to those appointments.
With 3 kids, was there a logistical issue if one had to go to an appointment, and you know, what happened with the other 2? How'd you guys navigate that?
If one of them had to go to the appointment, Jen most of the time took him to the appointment.
Hold on. Who made the Mikey command? Who made that? That says people think I'm so bad. Or no, sweet boy Mikey 24/7 candy. Who made that? It was either Jonathan or Sashina. Which one of you fuckers made that? Jonathan!
If she wanted to, she's great with that stuff. I stayed with the other 2. I did a lot of driving to get kids to practices because that's just that was my role at the time.
But you know, beyond the simple logistics of taking a child to an appointment, if your children needed medical care or a decision needed to be made, are those things that you and Mrs. Klisterman discussed amongst one another?
Yes, absolutely.
Did you make medical decisions together?
Yes.
You know, if one of you took the child to an appointment, did you give the other one an update and talk about it?
Yes, we communicated well and a lot.
And realistically, how possible was it with 3 children and one had to be one where and one had to be somewhere else? How could you and Mrs. Klisterman have been together at any one thing?
It was almost impossible.
So did you kind of together make those decisions? I'm going to go here, you're going to go there.
Yes.
What about getting the kids involved in extracurricular activities? You've heard that all of your kids are involved in a lot of different sports. How did that come to be? Who made those?
Humble brag yet again. All your kids are involved in many sports.
Decisions.
We both did. Jen and I were both athletes growing up. Um, we both love sports very much. It's a big part of our lives. When we first had Calvin, Jen and I were both playing softball together on a co-ed team. So the kids just naturally fell in love with it. I mean, so as soon as he wanted to play, it started with him and playing t-ball, and I coached that team. He was playing some soccer.
We all know my coward of an ex-husband who doesn't watch this channel really lost my respect the year he refused to coach my daughter's soccer team when they were 4 years old. I'll tell you why. Because I proceeded to coach my daughter's soccer team that year when they were 4 years old, which tells me, if I can do it, you can do it, right?
Some football, and then one of his friends from Sutton's Bay said, "Hey, you should come try hockey." Neither Jen and I had ever played hockey. It was like the one sport we didn't play. And he fell in love with it, and he was good at it. He was very good at it.
And if maybe, I mean, I guess, who enrolled the children in these extracurricular activities? Was that joint or was that one of you?
We both did. Jen probably did a little bit more.
She probably did a little bit more, but she probably used my fucking credit card. I'm going to guarantee that she didn't put that through on her own sort of secret account credit card, but she probably used his Black Amex or whatever card that he has that he gave her to enroll them. Again, these are things that to me are like, yeah, you were a couple. No doubt you fucking did this together.
Or because she liked to be involved with the team mom or the team manager. But I definitely did my fair share.
Like, for example, if one of you filled out the paperwork, was the other one completely unaware and absent in the
No, we
process?
were in it together. We did it together.
Shared sports schedules, practice schedules, was that an ongoing dialogue in your home?
Yeah, because it's a lot. It's a lot.
What about taking care of getting the kids the equipment and clothing they need for these sports? How did that work?
I mean, we both did it. It's extremely expensive, like extremely expensive. Jen may have taken the kids to buy some of the stuff for certain sports. I did a lot.
Extremely expensive, which is why I know the price of it. Jen may have fucking taken them, but hold the fuck was it expensive. Who am I flipping off? I don't know. I'm flipping off in general the like rich couple that's now complaining about who did more when they were a couple. Loud Elvis or William, sorry. Honestly, it just bothers me when people renege on agreements that they made. Like if you were a couple and you deep throated him so that you could get a puppy, own that. Own that, girl.
Too. I feel like I paid for most of it. And that's why I had to work hard. I mean, that stuff's expensive. Hockey sticks are $300. There was a weekend a couple years ago, Calvin broke 2 of them in one weekend, and it's like there goes $600. And last year with hockey, it took its toll.
Why did hockey take its toll last year? What was going on?
Well, both kids were playing travel. Because after Calvin fell in love with the sport, you become friends with all those families, and all the siblings are at the rink. So all of a sudden, like the girls are playing on the team. So she just fell in love with it, and she's a fantastic player also. And so all of a sudden you're just going. Obviously there's not too many like local girls teams, so the girls just naturally travel. And Calvin played house hockey, which means he stayed in Traverse City for the most part, and played local teams. And then he made the travel team. And
What about the travel team? What kind of obligations or requirements are involved that are different than, you said, a house team?
well, the house team, there's only a couple travel. You might go to 2 tournaments, and it might be like an overnight in Cadillac, or Gaylord or something like that. With travel, it's Grand Rapids, it's Detroit, it's Chicago, it's Denver, Colorado, it's Florida. Um,
Humble brag. I was just in Florida for 3 weeks. Again, thank you so much to Miss Donna Orlando Chiquita for hosting me. Also, I'm going to say it again. I said it while I was in the States. You guys have incredible customer service. You should thank your people. You should tip them more. I don't know. I don't understand. I came back and it was literally offensive to me getting customer service places. I was offended. I was mad and offended. I'll just say that. That's among other symptoms I've had upon returning back. Like seriously, I'm literally fucking upset. And normally I'm like proudly Canadian returning from abroad, but this time I don't know what's different.
it's a lot.
About how old were your kids when they started getting into this travel hockey?
Kelvin's 15. I bet he was 10 or 11.
And was that a decision you and Mrs. Splusterman made together?
We made it together.
And did you both openly talk about and discuss the additional financial as well as time and travel obligations involved in that?
Yeah, we will do anything for our kids.
Did you talk about that having 3 children and one needing to travel, how that was going to work logistically before you went ahead and pursued travel hockey?
Yeah, we did. I mean, it was a big commitment. Probably, I felt like it was a big commitment more for the girls than Jen and I. I mean, we got to be with their friends, but the girls just kind of got drug along for a while. But to be honest, that's their best friends are people that they met through hockey. And it was like doable until like the first couple of years of travel were not so bad. I mean, it was more Grand Rapids. It was more like the Sioux. It wasn't crazy. And then Callie started playing travel, and that took its toll on us because it's a lot financially. And then last year, last year was brutal. We probably spent $25,000 on travel hockey.
Well, then you're fucking stupid. Yeah. You just spent 25,000 US dollars on that? I could live off of that. Wow. I don't feel sorry for you at all.
We knew going in it was going to be a struggle. But it was so Kelvin has now aged out of travel hockey unless he moves away and doesn't want to play other sports. It's kind of just weird nature of hockey. So we knew it was going to be over after last year. He was on a really good team, So the coach and the team, we went all in, and I mean we won the state title. They did some fun trips. They went and played in Fort Lauderdale. Jen and I didn't go on that trip. Fortunately, he was able to go with my parents because my parents, our family has a place. It was like 45 minutes away from where he was playing, so it worked out really well. Then we won the state title, and then at spring break, we went to nationals.
Okay. Anybody who's near my age, which is a 35-year-old lady, born in 1988. Do y'all remember The Babysitter's Club by Anne M. Martin? and then like books surrounding that. Oh my God. I read this book about spring break one time. Holy shit. They made makeout sessions seem like full on sex scenes. I'm just gonna say that in these books. But um spring break, I remember there was one about spring break. I gotta look it up. Somebody, if you know it, tell me.
And and that was out in Colorado, but it was a lot financially. It strained us big time.
Sir, if I understand it, you said Kelvin started playing around that travel hockey around 10 or 11 years old. He's 15 now. So is it fair to say 3 to 4 years seasons that you guys were doing all this travel?
He played I think four years of travel.
And were there times that you traveled alone with him without the girls or Mrs. Klucherman?
Yes, quite often. A lot of it, I would travel a lot with him when the weather was still good. I knew it wasn't going to snow. And then after that, I would go if I could. If it was snowing, I had to stay home.
Iowa. Are you serious? You got one of your college degrees? Humble brag. Absolutely humble brag. F in the chat for Iowa getting a degree. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. F in the chat. The year that I was born, 1988. Really? I love that. F in the chat for Iowa's 1988 degree, bitches. That's a great year. Year of the dragon. That's the year I am born, which is why I'm so fiery and feisty.
And then when Callie started playing, we were both going no matter what. And we loved it. I mean, we absolutely loved it. I know it sounds like I'm making it sound like it was a lot and I didn't love it, but I loved every minute of it. I just love watching my kids play.
As far as, you know, the times that you were traveling alone without Mrs. Klusterman, what was was there a logistical reason, like other kids had to be other places or things like that?
Yeah, other kids had to be other places or whatever. It's just, sometimes it's nice to let the girls not have to travel every weekend or, you know, live out of a hotel.
Hold on. You started walking in 1988. How old were you in 1988? That sounds concerning. Like we should maybe consult a doctor. But maybe you couldn't because you were in America. But in Canada, if your child only starts walking, like when were you born, Mikey? 80? No, can't be right. Can't be right.
Also, there'd be a lot of times that just Calvin and I would go. There'd be times that I would stay home with the girls and Jen and Calvin would go.
How often would you say that you guys kind of separated and one of you traveled and the other didn't?
For the first couple of years, we tried to go as a family as much as we could until there were times where I knew it was going to snow and I'd have to stay home. And even when it snowed, I would get done working and usually meet up with them because I hated to miss the games.
If you had to put a percentage, how often did you guys sort of separate versus like all go as a family?
Well, the last 2 years, Callie played travel also, so we were both going. One was, so if Callie had home games, Calvin was normally away. It wasn't very often that we were both home. One of us would be with Calvin, one of us would be with Callie. And Kelsey would choose who she wanted to go with, depending on what friends were going to be where, what weekend.
And this was happening the last couple of years.
Yeah, the last couple of years. And Callie played on a boys team the year before. It was just a house team. So even then, somebody had to stay home when she was playing.
And these were decisions that you and Mrs. Cushiman made together that, you know, you would go off with these kids or you'd stay home with that child. Or,
yes, absolutely.
She never raised any concern like, nope, I have to be here with you and the kids all the time.
No,
never told you I'm going anyway, because I need to be with the kids and you all the time?
No, never.
Did she actually even ask you at times, can you go while I stay home or vice versa?
Yep, absolutely.
Um,
Yeah, we work together.
it was a collaborative.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you ever dictate to her and say, you're staying home and I'm going with Calvin or something like that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
We worked pretty well together. We tried to make it as even as possible, who was watching what kid and where.
How would you describe Calvin's personality?
He's very driven. He's very motivated. He's passionate. He's very loving.
What are kind of his likes or dislikes as a person?
Likes things clean and orderly. He likes good grades. He likes to do well at everything he's doing. He's an amazing young man.
Does he enjoy school?
I don't know if a 15-year-old boy enjoys school, but he does well. He seems to like it. Once he gets there, he doesn't complain about it. He does well. He likes to be with his friends. He's proud of how well he does.
And we heard a lot about Calvin and hockey, but what other kinds of, recreational activities does he enjoy?
Well, he plays football. He ran track this year. He's played about every sport. He loves to boat. He loves to wakeboard. He loves to fish and hunt and snowmobile. He does it all. All three of them do it all.
Do you do those kind of things with him too? I mean, obviously not the team sports, but other stuff, boating, snowmobiling,
Yeah, there's no place I'd rather be than on a boat with my kids.
hunting, fishing.
Yeah, all of that.
Okay. How often do you communicate with Calvin?
I talk to him every day. I talk to all three kids every day. I call them every morning. I call them at night. If they text me during the day, I respond. I try not to text them during school hours, but if they text me or need something, I'm always there for them.
How do you communicate with them?
In the morning, if it's before school, I call. I try to call Calvin every day after football practice. I try to call Callie every day after a sporting event. Obviously, things have been a little different in this past sports season. I call Kelsey every day as she's getting ready in the morning. I call her every day when she's getting home from school. These are times that they're not with me. Obviously, I bring them to school when they're with me. I pick them up from school. When I pick Callie up from school and it's just Callie and I like to stop and have an ice cream cone with her, or if she just wants something to drink, I try to spend time with them. I've done the same thing with Kelsey once I pick her up. I love spending time with each one of them individually. I like to do what they want to do. I love my children.
What kind of activities do you do? I guess if it's just you and Calvin, let's talk about that. Like what things do you and Calvin like to do?
We like to go play golf. We like to fish. We like to watch sports. He just loves to wakeboard and tube. So we do a lot of boating. And anything that he wants to do, I'm willing to do with him. I just want to be with my kids and do what they want to do. I love being with each one of them individually and doing the things that they love.
Are those types of things, are they just as important as school and doctor's appointments and all that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I love that we get the weekly emails on how they're on their grades and how they're doing, and that's the same for Jen and I take just as much pride in what they're doing in the classroom as what they do on the athletic field.
Does Kelvin have important friendships outside of the family unit?
He does.
Meaning the immediate family, you, Mrs. Switchman, the 3 kids total.
He does.
How do you foster those important friendships to him? How do you help him with those?
I mean, he's a teenage boy, so that can be difficult. I love spending time with him and his friends. I love to get to know his friends. I love that his friends want to be with Calvin and I. Jen and I have always tried to have the home where kids want to come to our home to hang out. We take pride in being the fun people. I love to take those boys golfing and wakeboarding and doing what they want to do and fishing. I've done a lot of that this summer with them. I try to do what they want to do. I love that he has those friendships with a certain few kids.
Now that, Calvin's a little bit older, does he sort of make plans with his friends on his own?
He definitely does. Jen mentioned a situation yesterday where he wanted to go stay at Joel's house. And she had reached out to Casey. When Calvin had asked me, I know exactly what she's that weekend. Calvin asked me if he could stay at Joel's.
Objection, Your Honor.
There was an objection.
As to the defendant can't testify as to what the child told him or asked him.
Your Honor, it's not being offered to prove the truth of what the child said. I mean, there was
I don't need to know what the child said. I think it's hearsay. Let's try to ask it a different way.
Well, actually,
Thank you.
you can the question I asked.
You're welcome to move on. Thank you.
Yeah, the question I asked was, how do you support and facilitate Calvin's friendships and close friendships? And the next question was then, does Calvin, now that he's 15, does he kind of make plans with his friends on his own?
Yeah, yes, he does. And I usually just ask him if he is, whichever friend he is hanging out with, if they have asked their mom or dad. But he's 15. Most of that communication is through the boys. Even Callie, the same thing. I mean,
Hunting and fishing and loving every day. Isn't that the wine loud Elvis that you're talking about?
it's the same exact situation.
Do you still keep track, obviously, of where your kids are? And
Oh
what they're
yeah,
doing?
yeah. I mean, yeah, no, absolutely. I keep track and I bring them and pick them up, and I want to know what they're doing and talk to them while they're there and tell them I want them to be on their best behavior.
And do you think that, in your opinion, as a parent, fostering those friendships and that desire as your children get older to sort of build those friendships on their own is important?
Absolutely.
What's Calvin's favorite summer activity?
Boating,
Winter activity?
snowmobiling. I mean, he loves downhill ski, but it's got to be snowmobiling.
What's his favorite subject in school?
He's right now it's weights and conditioning, because that's all in preparation for him playing football and getting stronger and bigger, and he loves it. He texts both Jen and I if he like right now he's benching 200 pounds, and if he does 205, he's quick to text both of us, and we give him affirmation and tell him how proud of we are, and half the stuff I don't know what he's even talking about, but we make sure that we are both telling him that we're proud of him and supporting him. And
There was there was one video that was entered into evidence yesterday where you were talking to Kelvin about his performance in hockey. Do you recall that video?
I do.
How old was Kelvin there at that video, you think?
Probably 10, 11.
Is that video demonstrative of how you usually talk to your children?
No.
Was that an isolated incident?
Well, I mean, he wants, Calvin's a very motivated kid. He wants to be pushed. There's a fine line in that, but he loves to know when he doesn't play well. He wants to know what he can do better. And Jen and I both push him because he wants to be pushed. There's a fine line. We don't cross that line. Callie,
Oh, we'll get to Callie in a second.
with Calvin, he absolutely wants to be pushed.
Have you heard Mrs. Boosterman sort of critiquing or discussing with him poor performance in sports before?
Yes, I have.
Um,
Maybe not to the extent, because she, I don't want this to sound wrong, but maybe I understand the game in a different way, so I can see things, technique or whatever. I mean, but she definitely gets after him if she didn't think he played well or tried. It's more about effort than, it's one thing to not play good, but we both have always pushed him to give maximum effort.
do you think that's important as a parent to do that?
Yeah, yes, I do. My dad, my mom, they pushed me as a kid to do my best. And I've always told Calvin, if you don't want to play something, if you don't like it, you don't have to do it. But if you're gonna do it, like, do it, give it your all. He is so talented.
Let's talk about your daughter, Callie, for a little bit here. What's her personality like? How would you describe her?
She's loving, she's quiet, she's very athletic. She's very smart. She's an amazing kid. But she's quiet. She's an amazing young woman.
What are her likes and dislikes, do you think?
She loves hockey. She loves softball. She loves volleyball. She loves to be with her friends. She loves to boat and tube and go to Mackinac Island and do all of those fun things.
Does she seem to enjoy school?
She says she gets bored at school, but I think school comes pretty easy to her. So sometimes I think she gets bored. But I think she likes it. She likes being there with her friends. She loves to sing, so she loves to be in the choir. I think she likes it.
How often do you communicate with Callie?
I talk to her every day. When she's with me, obviously it's multiple times, but when she's not with me, I text her and call her multiple times in a day.
And if it's just you and Callie together hanging out, what kind of stuff do you guys do together?
Taking her for ice cream. I took her shopping 2 weeks ago, or maybe it's been longer, 3 weeks ago. She had a couple of hockey games in Gaylord, and just she and I went, and it was an amazing day. She played well. Then between games, I took her to Glick's over there and just let her be her. I let her just try on clothes that she wanted to try on. I think she only ended up getting one or two things, but I just like to let them be them and spend time with them. And I took her to Tropical Smoothie because the kids just love smoothies. When it's in town in here, I've taken her out to eat. When it's just her, I've taken her to Lululemon because she just loves to look around there. I've taken them to the bookstore downtown, take them to Pangea, take her to Pangea's. Callie likes to read, so I like to take her to bookstores and just let her look around. I've taken her to Target. She loves Target. When I'm with each of the kids, I like to do what they want to do.
What kind of books does she like?
She jumps around. I can't say I know too much about what she's reading. When it comes to buying something, since Jen and I aren't together, I try to run stuff by her and send pictures of stuff or have her ask her mom. That did create an issue not too long ago. Callie had told me we were
Yeah,
at,
but you can't talk about it, Kelly.
okay,
Too.
okay.
But as far as, her selecting books, do you try to monitor that the content's
Yeah,
appropriate?
I try to monitor, or I listen to what she tells me.
So she's just an avid reader, all kinds of genres.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said she likes to sing. What does she like to sing?
She sings in the choir at school. When I'm taking her to school or picking her up, we like to play a game where I jump around on the music list or change the station, and there is never a song that she doesn't know the words to, and I try to stump her, but I can't get her words. So she just loves to sing everything.
Does she also have like important friendships outside of
She
the
does.
immediate
Yeah,
family?
she does.
And how do you foster and support those friendships?
I mean, it's hard. It's different times of the year. She hangs out with a lot of people that she's playing that current sport with. Not a ton happens during the week unless they're seeing each other at practice. But weekends when they're playing is when they normally spend most of their time. If it's summertime, they'll have friends over, or she gets invited to do things, and I want to know where she is and what she's doing and what her plans are and all the things that a dad should know and do.
Do you ever just dump the kids off at somebody else's house if you don't want to deal with them?
No, I've never done
So if they're doing sleepover type stuff, what's the reason for that?
that because they were invited somewhere.
And was that pretty normal even prior to the separation?
That was very normal before, and it's normal now. Nothing's changed.
What would you say is Callie's favorite summer activity?
I mean, sports wise, it's softball. If it's on the boat, she loves to. She loves Mackinac Island. We didn't do that much this year. Jen took them once. I took them once. But she loves to wakeboard and tube, and I took them fishing. She likes to fish, but probably wakeboarding.
What would you say is her favorite winter activity?
Hockey. The kids have really gotten into skiing. She loves to ski. But Callie is one that loves her downtime. That's when she loves to read. She just likes her quiet time. So I try to let her do that too.
What's her favorite subject in school, do you think?
Probably choir.
Let's talk about your daughter, Kelsey. All the K names.
Right.
Was that intentional?
I don't know. I don't think it was intentional.
Finally,
how would
somebody
you
fucking
describe-
mentions the K. Hold on! Finally, somebody mentions the K names. I've been thinking about the K names the whole time. Yet I'm guilty of the P names.
His personality.
She's a jokester. Her goal and everything she does is to make people laugh. She's very passionate. She's the biggest sweetheart in the world. She loves hard.
What are her likes or
Loves hard. Can somebody define loves hard for me in the chat, please? This has been used to describe me before, but I am not quite sure how you would describe it. Go ahead and put your definition of loves hard in the chat. I'll work on my own at the moment, and we will come back together momentarily. Bend over and I'll show you, says Mike. That's not what I fucking mean, Mike. You know that. Work on a grammatical sentence, and we'll talk. Lisa, first of all, you've made me laugh many times tonight. Lisa Vigalicious. And she's written, loves hard, but he's soft. And that's not always the worst in the world. Jonathan points out KCC is a K name. Fuck you, Jonathan. Please stop. I'm already committed, barely, and It's all I've got. I don't know what else to respond to.
Dislikes.
She loves to pick on her siblings. She loves her sport.
Oh, and who amongst us doesn't love to pick on our siblings? Fuck you for making that a bad thing to do, dude. I'm already dealing with the fact that, just shut up.
Sports. She loves whatever sport. Her favorite sport is whatever the current one that she is playing.
She's a poser. In other words, she's a fucking poser.
And she's very good at what she does.
What she does as posing. She's extremely good at posing to be good at whatever is popular at the moment.
She loves the sports that her mom loved. She's obviously very close. She's very close with Jen. But she loves to ski. She loves to tube. She loves to water ski and do all the water stuff. And she's just
Hold on. All the water stuff? All of it? Are you sure? I don't think so.
she loves to keep up with the other two. So yeah, she's pretty amazing.
Do you see that she enjoys?
Whoa! Roll the tape back. Did he just say she's pretty amazing? Dude! You're in a divorce. Did you just say she's pretty amazing? Is that what he said? Ugh. She should cream in her pants right now. Like, yeah, that's how good I am. He's paying this lawyer a lot of money to fight me, and yet he just uttered the words, I'm pretty amazing.
But she loves to keep up with the other two. So yeah, she's pretty amazing.
Do you see that she enjoys school?
The other two, I think, get their smarts from Jen. School comes a little easier for those.
Wait, is he talking about a kid? Now it's all ruined. Thank you, you stupid loser and lawyer, for fucking that up. Fine, whatever. He's talking about a kid.
Two, I think Kelsey takes after me a little bit. She struggles in school. It comes a little harder for her. She has to work a little harder, it seems, than the other two. She struggled at Suds Bay. I mean, that was really a total mess for Kelsey. But getting her into TCAPS at Eastern, she's come a long ways.
How long ago did she switch schools?
It's I'm trying to think what year. 3 years ago. 3 years ago. So she's come a long ways, and she does much better at school. It makes her nervous. I think sometimes she worries, asking questions make her nervous.
And how do you support her in that, in her education, or maybe her?
I mean, I motivate her just to do her best, and I always tell her to never be worried about asking questions. Something that she loves to do with me when she's in the car with me is she wants me to ask her math problems. And I mean, it just goes on the whole time we're in the car. I start out somewhat easier to see where she's at, and they just get tougher and tougher, and I love it. I never get tired of it. I love that she likes that when I make them hard, and that's just something I love to do with her. I care very much about how she's doing in school, and all three of them are doing in school. I like to know what's going on. I've signed permission slips this year. I obviously have become more involved this school year. than ever before. And I've actually loved every minute of it. And not that I wasn't involved before, but I was just doing other things that needed to be done with all three. But now I
Not that I wasn't involved before, but I wasn't involved before, but now I'm super involved and I love being involved. Is that what he just said?
I just love being involved and knowing what's going on and what the kids are doing. And I mean, I always knew what they were doing, but it's just different now, I guess.
Is it different because you're more like one-on-one?
Yes. Yeah, my week with them, it's all gung ho on them, and I make sure they're doing their homework and that they're
What,
getting done what they need done.
yeah, what types of, I guess, out of school or recreational activities do you think Kelsey enjoys the most?
Yeah, go ahead and list the whitest activities you can. Go ahead in the chat, guys. Tennis, badminton, volleyball, softball, yoga, Pilates, stretching, low impact aerobics, boating, yeah, sailing, golf. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, kayaking, dragon boating, snowmobiling, archery, orienteering. Now I'm pulling from personal experience. Those are activities I did as a kid. Archery, orienteering. Oh my God. Canoeing. Oh, camping. Oh my God. These are all things I did. Um, oh, pickleball I didn't do. I didn't do, but that would totally um oh God. Shilling Girl Guide cookies at a at a doorway of some sort of store. Yeah, I was a Girl Guide. We didn't have Boy Scouts, we had Girl Guides. I definitely did a lot of fishing and I did a lot of like outdoor activities, which I really enjoy. I like doing that kind of thing. It was fun. But I did not like certain aspects of it where they were like, you're not allowed to do this or you have to do that. And I was like, I'm gonna do what I want. And they're like, no, you can't. And I was like, watch me. And specifically, I'm recalling the time Girl Guide is like a Girl Scout. Don't say it like that, MB. Girl Guides is the Canadian version. Don't make me explain it, please. But regardless, one year I went away and they were like, you have to wrap your bag up to make sure it's waterproof. And I was like, okay. Like, literally, like, laughed, like, waterproof, right? Like, even if I buy a really great bag at the store, it's not really waterproof, is it? And then they literally were like, well, we're going to show you how to do this. And they showed you how to properly, like, fold this heart around your fucking sleeping bag. And then they tossed it in the goddamn lake to test if it was waterproof. And I was like 11 years old and was just like, are you fucking kidding me right now? I did that by myself. And they were just like, yeah, well, we're going to see if it sinks or if it floats. And I was like, um, okay.
Softball, volleyball, basketball. Luckily, she stayed away from the hockey thing. Softball is probably her favorite. Again, it's whatever season we're in. She's did soccer for quite a long time. She's been part of a choir for quite a long time. She loves to sing too. She didn't do it this year, but she's very involved in a whole bunch of activities.
How often do you communicate with Kelsey?
I talk to Kelsey every day. I call her before school, call her after school. I ask her to call me before she goes to bed, and she does most of the time. Sometimes she falls asleep or whatever, doesn't work out. I understand how it is, but I communicate with them as much as possible.
So if you and Kelsey are just hanging out together, what kind of stuff do you guys do?
She loves the Starbucks. She loves, not that I take her to Starbucks a lot, but she loves to go get ice cream. She loves to ride bikes. I've taken them on the Boardman Lake Trail. She likes to go to Lululemon. She likes to go to Glicks, just like her big sister. I've taken her to the bookstore to try to get her into the whole reading thing, and she likes to read, but not like Callie. She, I take her on the boat, but whatever she wants to do is what I want to do.
What would you say is her favorite summer activity?
Probably, just swimming. She'd swim 24 hours a day if you'd let her. So I take them to the beach.
If she swam 24 hours a day, sir, she would either be a mermaid or a fish. Okay, that would be very concerning.
Or the pool, or but she plays softball. She loves the team, softball team, and being part of that team, and I coach that team.
What's her favorite winter activity?
She loves to ski.
What's her favorite winter activity? Says the lawyer to the rich person. Well, skiing. Like seriously, again, these are weird. In Canada, some of these are normal like activities to ask about, but where I live in Canada, this would still be a humble brag. Like if you go skiing every year, you're rich. That means you have money. You have to leave town. It's not like there's fucking snow outside. You have to go to the snow. Okay? When you have to go to the snow, that means you have to pay money.
Being that we live in the city, skiing at Hickory is very reasonable. Having a membership over there is very reasonable. So there would be times if Jen had the other two at hockey practice, I would take Kelsey to Hickory, and
Literally humble brag all over the fucking place. Oh, sometimes we would have two of our kids at these paid sports events that we spend thousands upon thousands, sometimes like literally an average family's yearly income on one of these children's sports. And then on top of that, we would like hang out at a ski hill because it was so close.
let her ski. If it was a half hour, whether it was 4 hours, whatever she wanted it to be, let her do her thing. Usually we would meet up with a friend, or that's her happy place in the winter. Even one time this past winter, it was raining, and she was out there, and she was the only one on the hill, but they were open, and she got soaked, but she loved every second of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lisa would deep throat for that kind of money. She's a maker. What a great question. What kind of custody are they seeking? They really didn't, they've just gone head to head at each other. I'm not exactly sure.
And she's a wild and crazy girl.
What's her favorite subject in school?
Probably math. And just I would say that because of how much she asked me to do math. Obviously, Jen is a math teacher, so she likes to take after her mom in that sense and loves that world. She loves the games that they play, the activities that they do. I actually talked to her this morning, and she was excited about Family Feud. They must have been playing Family Feud today. And she thought that was cool because that's a show that we watched on TV together, and so she was excited about that.
Yesterday, Mrs. Klusterman testified to a time that she asked you if you and Kelvin wanted her to pick up, I'm guessing it was carry out food, pick up food for the two of you.
Mm-hmm.
When she was picking up food for herself and the girls, and she testified that you responded that Kelvin could eat at home and he did not deserve it. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were you suggesting?
Do you recall that testimony from me 1.5 weeks ago at my first ever football game in the United States, Estados Unidos, where I personally met a woman whose child was playing football in front of me and whose child was losing, and I overheard her say, "I'm not going to feed this boy tonight because he's not playing hard enough." And I was like, hurt inside, and like took it a little bit upon myself to make sure that she did feed him later. And I spoke with her about it later, and it was shocking to me that she took that sort of attitude with him. And we talked multiple times throughout the night. She was such a lovely lady. I still remember the name, like her son's name and his jersey number, which I'm not going to say, but and at the end of the night, I will give her credit, because at the end of the night, I said to her, I was like, listen, it was so lovely. First of all, here's what I'm going to say. When I first arrived, me as my Canadian naive self, coming with Miss Donna, lovely to have me. We get to this football game, and of course, I talk to everybody. I talk to everybody everywhere I go. And so I was expecting no differently. Donna had generously given me football gear for the team that she was cheering for, her grandson's team. So I'm wearing a team shirt, and I sit down, and this woman sits in front of me, and I say, "This is my first football game ever." And she turns around and she looks at me and she goes, "Don't say that too loud and it won't be a big deal." And I was like, "Okay." And she's like, "No problem." And then she proceeds to tell me that her sister lives in Canada, but she lives in Texas. And I said, "Oh, there's going to be a difference there." And we watched the game, and her oldest son is playing, and they were losing. And she said the comment about him not eating. And at the end of the game, when I was leaving, I said to her, I said, "Promise me now that you'll feed him tonight." And she goes, "Yeah, I will. He tried hard after all." And I said, "Thank you so much. That makes me feel so much." And I left, and I do believe she fed him that night. And I know it's a joke in a way, but she didn't sound like she was joking. Like, I get jokes. I'm in on jokes. Donna laughed that night. She said, "You talked to more people that night than I've done in all the weeks I've ever come to football games." And I said, "Well, maybe it's a flaw, but I talk to everybody all the time." Anyways, I believe she fed the boy. The next week, I'll point out that I didn't go to the game. They won like 3 or 4 times, like 40 something nothing. So, go Bulldogs. Let's finish watching this. Judge Hagan is about as done with this as I am, but let's continue to watch these petty ass motherfucking people talk about petty ass shit.
In that response that your child not eat at all?
No, absolutely not. In that occasion, Calvin was just kind of acting out, talking back, and I didn't think he deserved to have, I forget what the takeout Jen offered, but I felt like you don't reward them if they're going to disrespect their parents or their coaches or whatever the situation was. But no, I would never not have him eat. I just suggested that he eat at home, and find something there. And if you're going to misbehave, there's got to be some sort of consequence for that behavior.
Was it that the carry out food or whatever the restaurant was a treat?
Yeah, I feel like it is. Yeah, I thought it was.
You weren't suggesting that you starve your child.
No, absolutely not. I would never starve my children. They eat nonstop. I just didn't think he should be rewarded with that takeout meal. I thought he should have to make a sandwich, or not him make it, we would make it. But
did you eat at home that day too?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. And there was food at home.
Oh yeah, there's always food at home.
Mrs. Kusterman testified to a time she asked you to pack some sandwiches for lunch, and you did not. Do you recall that testimony?
I recall the testimony, yes.
Did that happen?
Yes.
What was the reason?
The girls didn't want sandwiches. They said they weren't gonna eat them. So I offered up a different suggestion, whether I think the girls love the fruit cups and granola bars. I just let them choose something else. I'm not gonna make them a sandwich if they don't want it, they're just gonna throw it away or whatever.
So did you add to whatever Mrs. Fisherman had
Oh,
already picked that
absolutely,
day?
absolutely. I
Oh.
gave them options.
Okay.
The sandwich incident, you guys. First of all, I just want you all to know ahead of time that coming up in at New Year's there will be a sandwich incident quiz. I want everybody to be making their best sandwiches at home to show off for the sandwich incident of the sandwich that they wish they had been sent at lunch.
There's been other times they've said that, and I've actually taken them to the store on the way to school or whatever, and they pick out a different option. I mean, I try to be reasonable with them. I'm not starving them.
I'm not starving them. I'm just not feeding them sandwiches. But seriously, guys, your sandwiches will be on display. I want to see the best fucking sandwiches around.
Mrs. Wisterman also testified to a time that she asked you to prepare breakfast and you did not. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What was going on there that day?
What was going on there that day out of 17 years when you didn't prepare breakfast? What the fuck kind of testimony is this? Judge, do I need to object? Can I make an objection via fax? Do you still receive fax?
I made something that Callie didn't want at the time, and that I'm not going to just throw away one thing so she can choose something else. So I said, you eat this, so you're not getting anything.
I mean, have you had that with children? You have 3 children. Is there a time when it happens with children that you make something and they don't want it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that pretty normal?
That's pretty normal.
Do you think you should just make unlimited food selections for children?
No, I don't.
Okay, were you trying to starve your daughter?
No, I was not trying to starve her by any means, and she did eat it. It was oatmeal.
And so she ended up eating.
She ended up eating it.
Okay. Have you ever failed to provide food for your children?
No, if anything, I probably have too much food for them. I never want them to be hungry. If we're going somewhere, I always make sure we have enough food.
You heard Mrs. Fisherman's testimony today. The kids come back to her house, quote unquote, starving. After they've been with you. Does that resonate with you at all? Does that make any sense to you based on what you know about what happens when they're with you?
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's around dinner time. I mean, this past Sunday, I knew that they were gonna do some meat on the smoker when the kids got home. So why would I feed?
Another humble brag. We're gonna do some meat on the smoker? Oh, said no poor kid ever.
If I knew when they got to Jen that that's what she was doing.
Because somebody had told you, or you had knowledge in some way that they had a dinner.
I knew that they were having dinner when they got home.
Okay. So again, you've never starved your children. You've never failed to provide them food.
No. I mean, Kelvin eats nonstop. When they're with me, I make him a lunch. He eats a lunch at school, and I make him 4 extra sandwiches that he eats during the day at school.
4 sandwiches.
4 sandwiches.
In addition to lunch.
In addition to lunch, and he has a lunch, and he eats the free lunch that TCAS provide. I mean, he is a growing boy. He likes to joke about when he walks through the hallway and walks past one of the football coaches' classrooms and, hey, Klusterman, eat another sandwich. And he's always got sandwiches.
Is Mrs. Klusterman well aware that you provide your children with food?
She's very aware.
So why were we having this conversation about breakfast and sandwiches?
Honestly, I think this has turned into a game for Jen. I think it's her goal to make me look bad at every opportunity that she has. And it's as simple as that. She is doing whatever it takes to get the kids as much as she wants.
And I mean, in the last couple of years, your testimony was she agreed and sent you off out of town with the kids at times, one of the kids or more of the kids. Was there any concern that you weren't going to provide the children food?
No,
Did she
No.
ever say, here's all the food I'm packing for the weekend because I don't trust you to give them food?
there would be times that she would pack stuff, but it was just in addition to our meals. It was never because she felt I wasn't gonna feed them.
Or at least she never, expressed it.
Yeah,
Did
she never told
I mean,
me.
if she packed food, did she pack enough food for the whole weekend?
No, it was more like granola bars and apples, and I mean, Calvin eats nonstop,
Like
so it's in addition to.
Travel food snacks.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so it wasn't like,
No, it was never.
here's enough food to cover the whole
No, it was
weekend.
never meals. I mean, we
Okay.
always ate out with the team or picked up a sandwich or whatever, and then went out for, for breakfast or whatever.
You're living separately from Mrs. Klusterman right now, is that correct?
That is correct.
When did that start?
I think April 14, maybe I've heard.
What transpired or what was said or discussed? I'm not really clear on that caused you to leave the marital home at that
Just
time.
Jen and I got into an argument and she told me I needed to go stay at my parents'.
Was that a mutual decision?
No,
Did you really want to go stay at your parents?
no, I absolutely did not want to go stay at my parents'.
Why'd you leave then?
I left because the last few years, if Jen gets mad at me, she tries to threaten me with what happened in 2019. She will pull her phone out and she says, if you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. And it's not even things I did anything. It's just her way of getting her way. And so I'm scared of her. So when she told me to leave, I just thought, okay, I'll leave for the weekend or whatever. And hopefully things calm down. And I didn't go back for a while until I was told I could.
How often would she pull out her phone and say, hey, I'm going to call the police?
In the last in the last year, it's probably happened once or twice.
And what was usually going on? Were you doing anything that would warrant police?
No, not at all.
Did she say what she was going to tell the police when she called?
No, I never got that far because I think she knew I would leave. It was just an intimidation.
Did she also, excuse me, did she also video or audio record you to your knowledge?
Yes.
How did that feel living in a home where somebody would record you?
It made me extremely uncomfortable. This spring, I would only be there when the kids were there. As soon as the kids were in bed, I would leave and go for walks, hours long walks. And that's when Jen said she wanted to know when I was coming back into the house. I would never come back until she was sleeping because I felt unsafe.
Why'd you feel unsafe?
Just because I didn't know what Jen was gonna do. She was very good at threatening me.
She testified that I think she used the term walking on eggshells, and that's how she felt. How did you feel at that time?
I felt the same way. We were pretty civil when the kids were around. I mean, it was awkward. There's no doubt. But if I went to sleep, I mean, most of the times the girls would sleep with Jen and I would just sleep in one of their rooms. I got to the point where I was even propping up a broom on the door so that she would knock it over if she was coming in, because there would be times she'd try to come in and start arguing.
What? That's weird. What? Hold on. Excuse me? You would set up a broom? Where would you get a broom? Where would you get the broom, first of all? Oh, first of all, let's remember at one point these people were in love, but subsequently they were not in love. Just remember what it was like to be in love.
Arguments with me. There were times it got so bad that I finally left to sleep in our boat that was at storage, and then I would return early in the morning before
Humble brag again. We have a boat in storage.
the kids woke up. Stuff like that.
And I kind of want to go back to back in April when you first, because we kind of mix those timelines up a little bit, but so you, in April, she told you leave or I'm gonna call the police. That was your testimony, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that time she didn't tell me that she was gonna call the police. She just told me I needed to leave and that I wasn't welcome, and I mean, I want to get along, so it wasn't like, okay, I'm just gonna go to my parents for the weekend. Let's let this thing calm down, and
So that was the end of April. When did you go back to the house?
that was June, maybe June. I don't know exact date.
So let's talk about that time, end of April, June. You were living with your parents or
Yeah.
staying at your parents'?
Yes,
Were you kicked out of the house? Were you not permitted to come back in?
Jen told me she did not want me staying there. I would go into the house during the day if no one was there. I would come back if the kids were around. I tried to keep things normal with the kids. I still picked up Callie and took her to school. I'd come back, and once Jen left, I would go in the house and spend time with Kelsey and get her ready for school, and then leave, get her to school, and then I would go to work, and I would return, when the kids were around. But I didn't sleep there.
I mean, so that time period, Mrs. Klusherman was well aware and consented to you coming to pick up your daughters and take them to school.
Oh, absolutely.
That was something.
Absolutely. I mean, that the kid stuff didn't change. We at that point we didn't have, well, that was a later date, but we didn't follow the FOC. We just continued on, things were normal.
Well, we'll get to the temporary order in a minute, but I'm still talking about this
Yeah.
earlier time period. Did you learn at some point that on May 17th, Miss Klusherman filed for divorce?
I did.
And with that filing, she asked for exclusive use and enjoyment of the home.
I mean, I learned that later on.
But she filed that on the 17th. You just, okay,
Yes.
we'll get to when you learn that. And she asked for that to be ordered ex parte, which,
Oh my God. Did she just say ex party? Oh. Oh, the little bit of French that is inside of me died just a moment there when she said ex, which we all know means ex parte. Yeah, Figgy is Figalicious. Oh, yeah. Walks in wearing a mask. Where's the sex party? I love you guys.
understand means without a hearing, right?
Okay.
Uh,
Yes,
Okay. That was not granted without a hearing. Is that fair?
correct.
When did you learn about all this stuff being filed?
Not until I started communicating with you.
Loud Elvis, many hours. You should probably hit the bookmark because there's many hours. We won't even finish tonight, but there's at least 30 plus minutes tonight. So.
If the record reflects that you received service on May 31st, would that sound correct? That's when you learned of it?
Yes.
How did you learn of these filings that she made?
You reached out to her attorney.
So
And you told me.
So you were not, she didn't have these delivered to you by a process server or certified mail or something?
No.
Mhm.
I mean, things started showing up at the house, but I didn't live there. So I didn't receive them.
And she knew you weren't at the
And
house.
she knew I didn't live there.
Okay. So you think maybe she had stuff mailed to that? You're not sure.
I'm not sure. I only ever received a couple of things. One thing, she would send mail over, but I didn't get that till later on.
So around the end of May 31st, is what the record shows, you learned and received a copy of Mrs. Kluscherman's motion for exclusive use and enjoyment of the home.
Correct.
And then we had a hearing in front of Judge Hamlin on June 12th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In her motion, do you recall her alleging that there was any abuse of herself or the children as a basis for why she should have exclusive use of the home?
No.
When we got to the hearing, do you recall her alleging that you'd ever abused the children?
No.
When we got to the hearing, did she allege that you'd abused her?
No.
Did she have new allegations at the hearing
She did.
that weren't in her motion?
Correct.
And that was that there were sexual advances.
Correct.
And even after hearing that, do you recall that Judge Hamlin ordered that she would not have exclusive use of the home?
Yes.
And is that when you returned to the home?
I don't believe I returned that day. I think it was maybe the next day, but
And when you tried to move back into your marital home that you both jointly had enjoyed at that point, or up to, just before then, did she dictate anything to you about your coming and going or being in the home?
yes, she told me I had to enter through the garage door so that she would know when I was coming and going. And she told me that I was to sleep downstairs.
And even though, do you recall being at the June 12th hearing in front of Judge Hamlin?
I mean, yes,
And did he verbally deny the motion for exclusive use of the home on the record at that time?
he did.
And do you recall if there was a written order also saying that?
I believe so.
Do you know when that written order was sent out?
I don't remember the dates, but I'm sure it was right away.
If the record indicates June 20th, does that sound correct?
Okay,
Does that sound familiar to you?
sounds familiar.
Okay. Is it fair to say with all that, Mrs. Kluscherman filed a motion to get something, she didn't get it, it wasn't granted, she didn't get what she wanted, she didn't get exclusive use of the home, right?
Correct.
Okay. What happened on June 30th?
What day of the week was that?
Okay, that Friday, June 30th. What happened Friday, June 30th, if anything?
I believe that's the day that her parents showed up.
Her parents showed up
Was
at the marital home.
yeah, I mean that week her parents showed up, and it was very apparent that I was not to be there.
What do you mean by that? What was going on?
I don't know. They just kind of informed me that her parents were coming to stay at the house, and yeah, I mean, if I have my dates correct, it definitely happened that week. That could have been a couple of days. June 30th may have been the day that Calvin called me and told me that the police were looking for it.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Can't talk about what
Okay.
Kelvin called you,
Calvin called me.
but can't say what he said.
Okay.
Okay. So that week, whether it was Friday, June 30th or a couple days before, Mrs. Kluscherman informed you that her parents were coming. Was that normal? Would she normally just simply have her parents come and inform you? Was that normal during the marriage?
Not like that.
What do you mean not like that? What was different this time?
Well, normally it'd be like, hey, my parents are coming this weekend, or hey, my parents are coming up for the day. And that time it was, my parents are coming to stay at the house. And I think her dad was going to change her brakes, and at that time I felt very unsafe around her parents. So I called my parents and had them come over just to be eyes. And we stayed outside. Jen's parents stayed inside.
Why did you feel unsafe around her parents?
I felt at this point they were, I don't know. I didn't want a scene. I didn't.
Prior to that, was Mrs. Klusherman's father seen outside of your shop?
Yes, I have seen him multiple times at my shop watching me. I saw him drive in front of my parents' house one time when I was outside late at night getting some stuff out of my truck. And multiple times outside of my shop.
And that week, whether it was June 30th or a couple days before, were you asked if it was okay for people to stay at your home?
No.
You were told.
I was told.
Did you make a decision then to just leave the situation?
I did.
Okay.
I mean, when the day that her parents showed up, I mean, I tried to be nice. We got along. It was really awkward. It just seemed like they were trying to push me out, I guess.
And Mrs. Klusherman had made it clear within a couple of weeks prior to that, she really didn't want you there. She filed a motion and whatnot. Okay.
Right. No, I definitely felt like a guest and felt unwelcome.
And that's your own home.
That's my own home. It was our home.
Yeah, I mean, it was your family home,
Yeah.
right? Did something happen Sunday morning?
Sunday morning, just because I felt like it was unsafe to.
July 2nd.
July 2nd.
Sunday morning.
Sunday
July 2nd.
morning. That was the day. So the Saturday, Sunday, the air showed. Jen was at the kids that Saturday. Sunday morning, I was set to have the kids at 9 a.m. My parenting time was set to start at 9 a.m. Just because of the events earlier in the week, I'm like, it just doesn't make any sense for me to go over there. So I sent my mom and my sister. And not too long after they went over there, I got a call from the police saying they needed me to sign some paperwork. And so they came to my parents' house, and that's when I found out that Jen had put a PPO on me.
And the date that PPO was requested and issued, was that Friday, June 30th?
Friday, June 30th. And later, and I realized that weekend multiple times why Jen's dad was following me. And
well, we don't know why he was following, but he was following you?
He was following me that week. That weekend, it was quite evident.
Okay. So he was following you on Friday and Saturday?
Yes.
So after the PPO was issued, before you had been served?
Yes.
You saw him multiple times?
I saw him multiple times.
Where'd you see him?
I was
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to relevancy. This line of questioning has gone on quite a long time, but I'm not sure how it relates to the child.
Thank fucking Christ. Somebody objected. Finally, thank you, Lori, who wore a better outfit yesterday as a reminder.
Or children, the grandpa seeing the defendant about town.
Grandpa stalking my client is relevant to the overall family relationship, threats, intimidation, and really is quite relevant to the issue of him being denied parenting time that we're getting to.
Well, didn't you ask him about this? This is the person who testified, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So Ms. Lentz, I believe you asked him these exact questions as to whether he did these things.
Okay.
So I'm not sure I could say I mean, he's got a right to respond to that.
I understand.
This is all unclear. I assume that's the person who testified, was it Mr. DeVries?
Correct.
Yes.
That's who we're talking about.
Okay, then overruled.
Thank
Sure.
you. So where did you see Mrs. Flusherman's father, Mr. Degree?
Well, my dad's shop is over on Lake Avenue, which is over by Oriana. I was on 10th Street turning left onto Lake again, and I saw him right at that intersection. I pulled into our shop. This was like at 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. And it was absolutely him. I pulled into our shop, stood by my truck a minute, and he drove from the down Lake Avenue. It went really slow. A couple minutes later, he came back the other way. And then a few minutes later, I saw him pull onto 11th Street, which looks right into our property. And he was sitting right there watching
For how long?
him. Probably 20 minutes.
Going back to the PPO, when you received it, did it direct you that you could not be at the residence of Mrs. Flusherman,
Correct,
which would be the marital home?
correct.
The same marital home she had asked for exclusive use of and was denied by Judge Hamlin.
Yes,
Did you notice that the PPO was signed by Judge Hamlin or a different judge?
signed by Judge Elsenheimer.
By Judge Elsenheimer. And it was dated 10 days after Judge Hamlin issued an order directing otherwise.
Correct,
Okay. Now you were due to get parenting time that weekend, Sunday, the
correct,
2nd.
correct. We were special scheduling for Cherry Festival. Each one of us were set to get a air show day. Jen had Saturday. I was to get Sunday. Just because of the tension of things, at that point, I didn't know about the PPO. I sent my mother and my sister to go pick up the kids. And Jen did not open the door and give them the kids. And
They
then
returned back to you with no
Well,
children.
they returned back to no children. Just as the police showed up to the house and we figured out that we had a PPO, my dad called my mom and said, you might as well come back.
And you had a special parent.
Lisa Figalicious, I would be happy to reenact me running through the window because it lives in my brain in infamy. It's hard to explain, but I'll actually draw it out and then I'll like reenact it. I promise. I'll reenact it. I'll fucking reenact it. It was so funny. Honestly, in this house that I'm in right now, I've broken 5 windows. In my defense, the house is 120 plus years old. So the windows are old, but I have broken a lot of them.
Time scheduled for Cherry Festival, 4th of July,
Yes, we did.
Cherry Festival air show specifically. Why is that?
Cherry Festival is a huge thing for our family.
The Cherry Festival
love
is
that.
hold on.
Uh-huh.
The Cherry Festival is such a huge thing for our family. Every year the cherries grow. And we eat them as a family. And if we're not at the Cherry Festival, I don't know. The fabric of our family will be destroyed.
We love the 4th of July. We love everything about the festival.
Also, we love the 4th of July. Everything about it. It's America's birthday. Fuck yeah, America.
The busyness, the rides. Our whole family does so much together that week. I have an aunt and uncle that live right on the base of the peninsula, and when the jets fly, it's right over the house.
Humble brag, the jets fly right over our house, so we can't even miss it. The Americanism is just like in our hearts.
There's not a better place to watch it, and that's where we want to be. And they have a pool, and We usually spend the air show days there, maybe one day on the boat. We always, every single year, we spend the 4th of July there. We love to do all the Cherry Festival events as much as.
Hold on, does the Cherry Festival happen at the 4th of July? Do they coincide? Cherries just spurting off on the 4th of July? Like, oh, we're so ripe. Pick us and eat us. Pick us and eat.
As much as we can that week. But
And the special provisions that were in that temporary order, was that something you discussed with your friend of the court caseworker? Because
yes,
these are special events.
correct.
Um,
If I remember correctly, it was Jen's idea to split the week.
okay. And prior to this temporary
Remember, this is in Michigan, not Florida. When is Cherry Weekend in Michigan? People, figure it out for me. Find it in the chat, please.
order, was Mrs. Klusterman having conversations with you about wanting to also attend these family events with you?
Yes, she wanted to attend the events.
The air show at your aunt and uncle's house?
Yes, she didn't understand why she wasn't invited.
Did you tell her you're not invited?
I told her she was not invited.
Okay, how did she react to that?
She was very unhappy with that.
Um,
She didn't understand why she wouldn't be invited.
at that time, divorce proceedings had already begun. Is
Yeah,
that
they had
correct?
already begun, yes.
And there was a lot of tension in the family at that point.
There was a
Is
lot of
that fair to
tension.
say?
Yes, there
Okay.
was a lot of tension.
Did you get the kids for the air show on Sunday the 2nd?
I did not.
Did you get the kids for the court ordered half of Cherry Fest week that you were supposed to get?
I did not.
Did you get the kids for the 4th of July holiday?
Did y'all note that? Please note that the court had to order half of the Cherry Festival week. I'm dying. I'm dying. Good night, T-Rex. Have a good night. Is this a joke? As per usual, Cherry Fest week will be split in half. Like, what the fuck? Melanie has some good questions.
Today.
I did not.
When you were served a copy of the PPO, that was Sunday, July 2nd, did it indicate communication only through our family wizard?
Can you repeat that?
Did the PPO order indicate that you could only have communication with Mrs. Klusterman through our family wizard?
I think it did, but I didn't know what it was.
No idea what our
No
family.
idea. No idea.
Did it come with any instructions that said, here's what our family wizard is and here's how you use it?
I bet they didn't because they weren't properly set up yet. But Our Family Wizard, not a sponsor yet, is a great product that I personally would love to endorse. Contact me, Our Family Wizard.
What you do with it.
Right. I didn't have any idea what it was.
And since it was Sunday, July 2nd, and the 4th of July holiday was Tuesday, did you need to confer with your attorney myself to understand what that order meant?
Yes, I didn't want to do anything that I wasn't allowed to do, and I didn't know what that was, so I waited until Wednesday when I could communicate with you.
And I mean, did it have any effect on you that police are handing you a piece of paper that is restricting your rights?
Yes, absolutely.
Does that, make you fearful of doing anything?
That made me very fearful.
As soon as you were able to talk to me on Wednesday, were you able to get on Our Family Wizard and communicate with Mrs. Klusterman?
I was.
Okay.
Exactly, because it's super easy to use and innovative, as well as helpful and productive for the average family. Hashtag not a sponsor yet. Hashtag Our Family Wizard.
So that was that sort of confusion was resolved rather quickly as soon as business hours open.
Correctly.
When was the last time you missed an air show with your kids?
I have never missed an air show.
Well, Brett, when was the last time you ever missed an air show with your kids? I don't even know how to answer that. Many, many fucking times. I'm sure. as many air shows as days.
My kids until this year.
How about a 4th of July?
Never,
How about Cherry Fest?
never.
I would never miss a cherry fest in my fucking life. I would never do that. Nobody would miss cherry fest.
I will say that Saturday, the end Saturday of Cherry Festival, she did offer them up to me, but again, it was when a time I didn't know what I could do if I was violating something by off taking the kids. So I said no because I didn't have a way of communicating with you.
She didn't offer that until
She
Saturday.
did not offer that until Saturday.
And it wasn't as part of the custody order, right?
Right.
And
My family and I decided that was in my best interest to say no because I didn't know what the rules were.
AKA, I talked to my mom, and she told me that I should really not bring the kids to cherry fest anymore.
um
Please note there will be a cherry fest on New Year's Eve. It will be telling us stories of how you popped your cherry, but that will be what was happening on New Year's Eve. Please be prepared.
did the personal protective order restrict you from removing minor children from the petitioner except as allowed by a custody or parenting time order?
Yes, that's what I was told.
That's what it says,
That's what
right?
it says. Yeah.
Okay. And therefore that Saturday, pursuant to the front of the court temporary order, in this case, wasn't your parenting.
Correct.
And you were concerned that,
I would be violating it.
okay. And it wasn't until the last Saturday of Cherry Festival
Right.
week that she even offered you any sort of makeup time for the Lost Air Show, 4th of July, or the first half of
Correct.
Cherry Fest.
Correct. And I would like to add that she, not only did she keep the kids from me that week, she sent me a message on the Wizard asking
If I wanted some cherries. And then she retracted that offer and she reneged on the cherries. And of course I wanted cherries.
if I would give her some money for the money that she had spent at the rides down at the Cherry Festival.
Did you contested the PTO, right?
Yes,
And we had a hearing scheduled lined up on that.
correct.
On September 5th, did you and Mrs. Klusterman, through legal counsel, enter into a stipulation that was approved by the court on September 5th that dismissed the PPO?
Yes,
That was, Mrs. Klusterman agreed to that.
correct,
Okay. So the PPO is no longer an issue as of September 5th, fair to say?
correct.
How did the PPO affect sort of your parenting time, or how you conducted yourself with your children from the time of really July 2nd when you were served to September 5th when it was formally dismissed?
It made it very hard. I was scared to go places with them because
Except for the cherry festival where we could pick cherries. That was really important to us. But other than that, I was really scared of where to take them.
didn't know where Jen would be. I coached Kelsey's softball game. Or coached her softball team. I had to miss the last 3 games of the season because she insisted on going, and I was under your.
No, you make your own decisions.
Well,
You tell me what happened.
I was advised to not attend any event that Jen would be at, so I did not go to those softball games. Kelvin had like summer football. I did not attend that. I didn't attend anything that it would be possible that Jen would be at.
You knew, however, that the PPO didn't restrict you from going there or being in a public space, right?
I was made aware of that, and I don't trust her.
Why don't you trust her?
I think she would have benefited a lot if she would have been able to put me in jail from violating that order.
Are you now aware that she also went to the police and attempted to get you criminally charged as well in that time period?
I am aware of that now. I was not made aware of that until the day that I met with you and CPS.
And we did Freedom of Information Act and we got some records, right? So
Correct.
that's how you, no criminal charges were ever made.
No criminal charges.
But did that give you concern as to if you appeared in Mrs. Klusterman's eyesight, what she could do with a PPO in place or what she could allege or anything?
Yes,
And so were you fearful at that point of,
I was very afraid.
and did it affect your freedom really to conduct yourself with respect to your children in the same manner you always had?
It affected big time. And it affected the kids because I wasn't able to go to their stuff. I finally went to a football game with my family, but I didn't go to a single volleyball game. I was scared, but it's one thing for her to come after me, but that affected the kids. She hurt the kids. The kids were the ones that paid the price.
After
Wah, 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 wah. That did not land as they wanted it to land. At least with me. That was so lame. That was so cliche.
and I apologize, I'm kind of going back and forth in the time frame, but so after Cherry Fest week and after you were served with the PPO pursuant to the temporary order, when were you expecting to get the kids next?
I forget the exact schedule. It was almost 3 weeks in between the times that I had seen the kids.
Was Cherry Fest week that was supposed to be split,
That
correct?
was supposed to be split.
And then the following week, Mrs. Klusterman claimed was her week.
It was her week, yes.
How did, I guess, you were living in the home until what, Friday, June 30th? How did, which was, the Friday of Cherry Fest. How did she come to the conclusion, or do you know, did you guys have a discussion that was her week, the next week after Cherry Fest?
No, it wasn't until Cherry Festival communication on the Wizard that she told me that was her week.
That was not something you necessarily agreed to as far as starting the week on, week off rotation.
No,
So she took that very next, so she had the kids all of Cherry Fest week,
I believe she had them 3 weeks in a row.
and then she had them the next week.
Yes,
And so if the next time you were due to see them, when was that?
maybe the second or third week of July.
Your exchanges are on Sundays?
Oh, yeah, Sundays. Yeah,
So would that, I guess, be Sunday, July 16th?
correct.
Okay. Did you get the kids that week?
I did,
And then the next week was her week?
correct.
And then the next Sunday, when was that?
That Friday.
Well, no, I'm just asking you, were you due to get the kids on Sunday, July 30th?
Yes,
So did something happen on Friday, I guess, July 28th?
yes, I got a call from Calvin.
Without telling me what he said, did you do something in response to getting that communication from him?
I called you.
Oh.
And I was able to get a hold of you just before 5 o'clock.
Did you also receive a call from somebody else that day?
I got a call from CPS. I called you first, but then I got a call from them.
And then what happened on Sunday when you were supposed to get the kids?
Our pickup was always at Faith Reformed Church. I showed up at 6 o'clock. And Jen did not show up with the kids.
When did you get the kids eventually?
I got them Tuesday night of that next week.
So from the time that you left the marital home around Friday, June 28th, how many parenting time weeks were interfered with?
I mean, all of Chickasaw School, and I did have one normal week, and then she interfered with the next week.
We now know through Mrs. Klusherman's testimony yesterday that Child Protective Services investigation related to some allegations that Ms. Klusherman is still making, that you're exhibiting grooming behaviors with respect to sexual abuse of your children. What's your response to that?
I would never do anything to harm even any of my children. I would never do anything to harm my daughters. My kids are my world. I just couldn't believe that she did that to me. And she accused me of that. She absolutely knows that that's false.
How did it feel when you had to hear those allegations from a CPS caseworker?
I was heartbroken. I have nothing without my kids. They are everything to me. And to hear that I was being accused of that, I just couldn't believe it.
How did it feel yesterday to hear Mrs. Klusherman make the same allegation again?
Nothing surprises me anymore with Jen. She's going to do whatever it takes to get what she wants.
Before yesterday, did you and her both know that CPS closed the case and didn't find any preponderance of evidence of any of those allegations?
Very aware.
We have the CPS report. You've read it, right?
Yes.
It was sent to her attorney long before yesterday. Yes.
Yes.
And she still made that allegation yesterday, huh?
Yes.
Any truth to that at all?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Would you say that was the second time in 6 weeks, 3 parenting time visits, that Mrs. Klusherman did something to interfere and deny your parenting time?
Yes.
During the term of separation, before that temporary order was issued, how often were you seeing the kids?
Every day.
And this is something that Mrs. Klusherman agreed with.
Yes.
Were you seeing the kids without her around?
Yes.
And that's something she agreed with.
Yes, absolutely.
And here we are, not even a couple months later, and she's sitting here saying that you've been abusing these kids since they were 8 and 9 years old for the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Did she ever give you any indication in all that time you can't be alone with these kids?
No, never.
In fact, even as recently as April, May, no court order, she's having you alone with the kids.
Right.
Last winter, she had you traveling with the kids by
Yeah,
yourself.
correct. I traveled with the daughters without Jen. Never anything.
Even in Mrs. Klusherman's trial brief that is dated July 11th, did she make any such allegations in there about physical abuse of the children, sexual grooming behaviors, anything like that?
No.
No accusations at all until
None.
CPS. And then even talking to CPS, was there any allegations of physical abuse of the children?
No.
Yet yesterday she testified to it for the first time in any of these proceedings. Is that
That is correct.
I have quite a bit more. I don't know if we can take a 5-minute break.
Sure, just give me a sec. Yeah, let me.
Yeah, I guess so. If you have quite a bit more. I mean, obviously I got the bit more, so give me a second and I'll get that. But yeah.
We're back on the record on case number 23174 23 PM. Ms. Schmelzer.
Thank you. Mr. Kuzman, obviously you're still under oath. We took a short break. I want to turn your attention to some of the best interest factors at this point. Can you please explain the love, affection, and sort of emotional ties that exist between your children and yourself? If you can. I know it's kind of a
I mean, I'm very close to each one of them. I hug them. I love on them. Kelvin,
Love on them. Is that like a saying? I think that's a saying. I've heard that before. It's not as common. Is that a saying where you're from when you say you love on somebody? See how I put a little southern lilt into that? I feel like it's a southern thing. Hmm. Let's just remove these people. Let's try and learn from this situation. We already know don't drag your kids into court. We've already talked about this. If you're new here, welcome. We don't appreciate dragging kids into court. If we were to see their faces in this court, you'd probably see me covering them up with a beaver or something of the like. But we can learn about being adults here. And these two are not being very good adults. And the two lawyers are not being very good lawyers either. This should have been settled well out of court. Well out of court. Anyways, so love on someone is normal. Spoiling them with gifts, doting on them. Melanie's dad says, "Come here and let me love on you." But what does he mean by that, Melanie? What do you do when you go over? Do you just get loved? Do you get hugged? What? I don't get it. I like it. I like the sounds of it. I just want to understand it before I agree. That's an important lesson too, kids. Understand what you're agreeing to before you go agree. Love on someone, number 11. You say, "Come here and let me love on you." Hugs and kisses. Oh, you guys.
15, so it's not like he wants me to kiss him on the cheek or anything, but I still sneak that in every now and then and just tell him how much I love him. The girls, I kiss them on their cheek, good night, or when I'm anytime throughout the day that I get the opportunity to hug them and love on them and squeeze them and kiss them on the cheek when I can. I love to give them all the attention that they've ever wanted and ever needed and more. I want to give them everything that they've ever wanted and needed. I would do absolutely anything for my kids. They are everything to me. And I love them more than anything.
Do your kids ever come to you? And again, we can't really talk about what they say, but do they come to you with like friend problems, school problems? They talk to you about that kind of stuff, those topics.
Yes, they do.
And you testified that you talk to them daily, even through this separation and sort of change in the family structure. What kind of love and affection and emotional ties do you see between the kids and Mrs. Klusterman?
I mean, all the same things. I mean, Jen's a great mom. I mean, a fantastic mom. I don't always love her style and how she does things, but she loves them more than anything. I think when it comes to being a mother, I think she's amazing. And she loves on them. She hugs them. She's always there for them. Both of us would do absolutely anything for the three of them. It's the same. It's the same. We try to be there for them in everything we can.
And that sort of leads into the next, I guess, question.
Well, before you speak about that, Lori, I will just explain how this is a little different than what you would hear where I am in Canada. So, if you were talking about your kid and you were in court, you would never say, I love on them. If I understand what it means now, but that's not what you would say here. You would say something like, I provided them with lots of love and affection and one-on-one attention. Like you would never, like, yeah, it would never be that generalized. Um, Nothing's wrong with love on them. Nothing at all. I'm just explaining to you over many years of where I live and hearing people talk about basically being divorced or separating, which is what's happening here. This couple separating and they're trying to both prove their love of their children, which to me is stupid. That should be a given. Both of you should obviously love your children. That really shouldn't be a question. And if it is, we have a bigger problem. But for some reason, that's what this trial is about. And that's what they're trying to do here. So we're listening to them try and say, I love my kid. No, I love my kid. Well, yeah, you both fucking love your kids and you should. But I've heard cases in our court system, and the language is not such that you would hear here. Here, spelled two different ways. Anyways, and first of all, I'm glad that he's saying these things and that he loves his kids the way that he says he does. I really hope he does. I really appreciate that. My dad was a great dad when I was growing up and loved on me, I guess you would say, in a very appropriate and nice way to try and, encourage me to be better. And I think that's what I'm hearing from this dad. And I really despise it when somebody would try and twist that, especially if there was a, CCAC evaluation, like a child SA about evaluation, which found nothing. That would tell me that that was really weird that a mother would sort of make those allegations. And so it's frustrating to me because I was never like the bad evil wife, and like this to me is sounding like the evil ex-wife, and it's like, oh well, just because you leave doesn't make you the evil person. Like there's behavior that makes you evil, not just leaving.
Do you have the capacity and disposition to give the children love and affection?
Absolutely.
Do you have the capacity and disposition to guide the children in their education?
Absolutely.
Mrs. Flusterpin had testified that the children FaceTime or call her about their homework, even during your parenting time. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
And do they do that?
Yes, because I motivate them push them to do that. Jen is a great asset for them when they need help.
Are there things that you're good at that help the kids that, maybe Mrs. Flusterman isn't?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it kind of like we're two parents and we're working together to raise the kids?
Yes.
Okay. Do you refuse to help them with their homework?
Never.
Do you pay attention to the fact that they have homework and need?
Absolutely. We eat dinner and if they have an event, we take them to that. I even try to get them to do their homework before they go to practice. Sometimes that doesn't work out. I mean, Calvin's sometimes got two sports and he doesn't get back till late, but I absolutely question them over and over to make sure that it's all done, that they have it complete, that if they have any questions, to call Jen or ask me if I can do that. But I try to make it so that we're both available for the kids, but I absolutely
I
pay
mean,
attention to what they're doing and need to get done. And
even though you guys are living in separate households now, and that kind of seems where the future is going, do you still see parenting as a collaborative process?
absolutely.
Would you ever not want your kids to call Mrs. Flusterman during your parenting time?
No, I actually suggest it. I tell them, I know when they're with Jen, it bothers me when I don't hear them before bed. So I try to make sure that they contact her before they go to bed.
So,
I want them to have a fantastic relationship with her.
okay. And with respect to schoolwork, Mrs. Flusterman testified that she gets the kids back on Sunday at 6 and they don't have their schoolwork done for Monday. Is that your experience?
I mean, sometimes it depends on what we're doing. I mean, this past Sunday, I was in Sheboygan with Calvin, and we actually got back about 10.
Where's Sheboygan? Can somebody tell me that? I've heard of that before, but I have no reference to where that is.
10 to 6 actually. So when we got back, Calvin got his stuff together. And Jen was there at 6 to pick up the kids. But if we're not running around for events, I would absolutely try to have them have their homework done, just because that I want them to go home and have some fun time with Jen. I don't want it to be, oh, we just
Lisa, again, you're making me laugh all night. Right next to Shagirl. I have to take you on a tour of my high school where we had boys and girls entrances and it's carved in stone.
got to go home and do homework and it's bedtime or whatever. I mean,
This past weekend, what was going on with the kids? Like what was the activity?
Friday night, I took Callie to Midland for a hockey game. Calvin plays JV and varsity football. He had a Friday night football game, but I was in Midland with Callie. We played in her game and drove back to Traverse City. My parents picked up Calvin from the home football game and took him home. Saturday morning, we got up by 7. We were up by 6 something and headed for Sheboygan. Calvin and I.
There's Sheboygan again. I've heard of this. Is it a humble brag place? Is it a weird? I don't understand why my brain's like Sheboygan. You've heard that before, but you cannot place it.
We headed to Sheboygan for 2 hockey games. Callie had a
Oh, maybe it's a hockey town. And my brain has heard of it because of that, because just being Canadian.
second game in Midland, and my parents took her to Midland for that game because I was going to be in Sheboygan. Sunday, Calvin had 2 more games in Sheboygan, so we headed back to Sheboygan again. The girls were at home. Callie went to church with my mom that morning. Kelsey was sleeping, and I asked my mom to just let her sleep because I just feel it's important if they're sleeping to not wake them up when they're tired.
That is probably the best parenting like crunchy parenting thing to prescribe to be like, oh well, one thing we never do is wake up our child if they're sleeping, which is really handy because kids fucking sleep a long time, especially if they're teenagers. I love it. I prescribe to that too, my dude. That means like when I sleep till noon, my kid is 15. She don't sleep. She sleeps till 2. We're good. Everybody's good.
tired like that.
Were
It
there
was a
other,
very busy weekend.
yeah, were there other busy weekends like that during the marriage that sometimes the kids didn't get to a couple different assignments?
And we were pretty good at getting them to everything.
Okay. So if one of your kids didn't have their assignments done on Sunday, was that
Something that your teacher wife would take care of and like sort of forge for them, or how did you and your wife handle when your child hadn't done their homework because you had signed them up for too many extracurricular activities that you then stretched them to attend, while also expressing a need for them to have a full and robust social life as well as hobbies outside of school?
normal or abnormal for a busy weekend?
No, that's pretty common to not have it done until Sunday night.
Like even during the marriage that
Yeah,
happened.
that was pretty standard, that they waited until Sunday night to get it done.
Is it intentional on your part to just leave that for Mrs. Klusterman to
Oh,
do?
no, never. I wouldn't want that.
You do that
I'd just soon see them have it done. It just didn't work out this weekend.
I mean, is it every weekend that you send them back with homework to do?
No.
Um,
And Jen had made a statement that Kelvin had bad grades, or he missed 2 days a week and he had bad grades, and that happened to be during my time. Yet he was sick. We got the weekly email with his grades and they were down. He got the assignment.
Weekly email with grades? Okay, there's a fucking problem right there. If I'm getting weekly emails from a teacher, we have a problem. Me and that teacher, you know what I do to deal with that? It seems counterintuitive, but what you do is you ramp up the emails and you include the vice principal. Like, you need to email me weekly. I need to email you 3 times a week, and I need to CC the vice principal because you're not doing your job. Fucking cut me out of this equation.
It's done and his grades are right back up. I mean, that's what that is. It's really nice getting weekly updates and where they're at and what's missing and what he was able to get done. But he missed 2 days of school because he was sick that week. But he got it done, and his grades are right back up to where they should be, and where Jen and I expect them to be.
and did you and Mrs. Klusterman work together to address that issue? Did you talk about it?
Yes, we talked about it. I
And
let Jen know that I would call the school and excuse him from his absences. I asked him what needed to be made up. I'm sure Jen did the same, and he got it done.
And so that was a meaningful conversation with Mrs. Klusterman about that. You collaborated on that. You didn't just
Yes, for the most part, all of our communication about the kids the last however months it's been has been great.
Thank you to our family wizard. Hashtag not a sponsor yet.
If you needed to, strike that. Has there been a time where you needed to address Calvin's academic performance other than he was sick?
No, he's normally, I mean, there are times his grades might slip, but he wants all A's, so he can handle. He takes responsibility for a bad grade, and he wants to get an A, so he does what it takes to get his grades up. So I mean, Jen and I are there, and we talked to him about it, but he's pretty self-motivated to want that A.
I mean, at 15 years old, who's responsible for doing the schoolwork?
Oh, he is.
Oh, thank God. This one's hitting too close to home with my 15-year-old child.
I mean, as a parent, you can monitor that, right?
Yeah, we monitor it, but again, it's up to him. I mean, I like to remind him that his ultimate goal is to play college football at some level, and
Why would you set such an unrealistic goal for your child who's 15 years old? Why would you do that? You get to pay for them to go to college. They can just go to college. Why don't you just say, like, go to college? I'll pay for you to go to college. And then you're not even going to fail that. You're going to pay for that. It's going to be perfect. For some reason, you're attributing some sort of skilled athletic ability towards this. And I'm perplexed. Oh dear.
Always tell him that grades now matter then, and if he wants to
Okay, and I prescribe to the opposite effect because in my entire life, my grades have never, ever mattered. And I've had many good jobs. Literally, nobody has ever asked about my grades. They've never been concerned. They've never walked in to ask. Okay? As this literally the second you leave high school with your diploma, every other person's like, no, you want me to look at your high school grades? No, literally nobody ever, no job ever, at least in Canada. If it's like that in the United States, come on down to Canada. We will pay you a lot of money to, yeah, no, not worry about your high school diploma.
do that, what he does on the football field matters, but it matters just as much in the classroom.
Have there ever been times where Calvin or any of the children have sort of gotten so busy with sports that academics shift a little bit?
Well, Lisa, technically, if you look at where I'm located on a map, I'm below like a number of US states in Victoria, British Columbia.
Yes.
And how do you address that?
I mean, this fall, Calvin played on 2 football teams. He's playing JV and varsity. He played on this fall hockey team, and I actually didn't want the fall hockey team to happen because I thought it was just too much. I thought he needed to focus on football and school. So I think there's part of that also has made him slip a little bit. I think he's overly tired.
Did you talk with Mrs. Klusterman about, does he need to sit?
Can you name me one fucking person who is not overly tired these days? That's an adult? Please let me know who they are, what their profession is, and how I get in on that.
out a game or something like that?
Yeah, I communicated with her about that. And I voiced that I didn't necessarily think that the fall hockey was the best idea, but I mean, Calvin wanted to do it. So we made the joint decision to let him do it. I don't think it was the best idea. But again, when it comes, I mean, when I was in school, I really didn't, I didn't know weekly what I was doing as far as grades. So, I mean, that's getting these emails weekly. I mean, it's huge. I love it. And
I love it because the micromanagement ability is like exponentials off the fucking chart. Why would you love that? I fucking hate that. That's a nightmare to me. Are you joking?
look forward to seeing where the kids are at. Callie's, I mean, always A's and B's. Calvin's been A's and B's for the most part, other than when he missed a couple days of school. His grades slipped, but he got those assignments back in. His grades are right back up, and again,
Let's remember how many episodes I've done where I've explained how I go in and manipulate the teachers at the beginning of the year and explain to them that I know it doesn't matter what you plug into the numbers. Like you can pick whatever you want. So you can either put in numbers for my kid that like make me shut up, or we can have a problem. And like I don't have a problem. I don't have to deal with it.
and he's 15. This has to,
So's mine.
it has to be his problem, and he takes ownership of it. I mean, he wants good grades. It bothers him if they're not good. So sometimes I have to motivate him to get his homework done, and he always gets it done, but sometimes he doesn't, like we're at hockey or he wants to watch a football game, but he always gets it done. He always gets it done. But I never go I would never go out of my way to send the children back with homework, because I don't want Jen to have to deal with that on a Sunday night. I'd rather her start to prepare for the following week, not make things more difficult.
Is it,
Like, obviously, I'd prefer her to do Monday's homework than Sunday. Obviously, it's gonna be harder. She's a teacher. Why wouldn't I want her to do the harder day?
is it difficult sometimes when you have a busy week like that where, one kid's in Midland twice, another one's in Sheboygan, and
Right.
you're,
No, it is difficult. And I will say, like, Jen and I have been early on, I think we were very hard on each other, and it's like, it's got to be 6 o'clock. I think there at times both of us were going out of our way to make things difficult for the other. But I will say the last month, like getting back at 6, like she was flexible on that. The week before that, I forget where they were, but she didn't get them to me until later on, and we've been working together great. It's going well.
and,
Our
and-
communication, our flexibility.
and when you have those super busy weekends, and an assignment doesn't get done before 6 o'clock on a Sunday, how do you address that?
Like when they come to me or when they're going.
Either way.
I mean, I want to make sure they get it done. I absolutely make sure it's done.
Is there time to catch up on assignments when you
Yeah.
have like a crazy?
Yeah, oh yeah, there absolutely is.
None of your children are failing school.
No, they do quite well. We make sure that all permission slips are signed. Last week I sent Kelsey off with her jogathon money, and so we make sure that she's got a daily planner that I sign, and we make sure that's all set to go, and she's got her lunch made. And
No fucking sandwiches, obviously, after the sandwich incident of 2018.
Did you ever claim that parent-teacher conferences or school events were a waste of time or not worthy of your time?
I wouldn't say I said it was a waste of my time. I would say I think it's best that we divide and conquer on that. There have been ones over Zoom that I've joined, so for Jen to say I've never joined one or never been to one is false. But again, I will also, like, it's tough with 3 kids. Jen's a teacher. She wants to be very involved with her kids. If I said I'm going to the parent teacher conference, she's going to say I'm going too. So Jen was always going to go no matter what. So sometimes it would be better if I went and did something else.
Well, did you have the kids in your case?
I had the kids. If I'm taking them to another event, we never have a day off. It's 7 days a week. During hockey season, we are at a rink pretty much. It's falling down a little bit, but it's every night of the week. Somebody has to be somewhere. It's not like Jen and I ride together to go to practice. It's a parent and a kid. We divide and each have a role, and even that now, there's been times during Jen's parenting week that she has asked me if I can bring a kid to a place. I've asked her if she can do the same, and I feel like things are going along as they should, and we're working together. I feel like we're actually on the same page now and working together to make things happen.
With respect to if she attended a parent-teacher conference, I'm talking about when you guys were living together and stuff. She attended a parent-teacher conference, you had the kids in your care. Did you guys talk about what was going on in the parent-teacher conference? What was going on with the kids?
Absolutely. It was very seldom about their grades because their grades were going well. We would hear Kelvin's a talker and he used to be sitting in the front of the room and maybe focused a little bit or things like that, but it was never. The only child that we've struggled with at times for understanding is Kelsey, and that was a lot early on when she was at Eastern, but she's just come so far, and her confidence in what she is doing has improved. And she seems to be doing great. All three are doing quite well.
Um,
And there's no doubt this separation has taken its toll on them in each different ways. But they're doing the best they can. I feel like I'm doing the best I can. I'm sure Jen feels like she's doing the best that she can. And I have no reason to think that she's not.
and did I hear you that, you feel like the last month things have really started to smooth out? I mean,
Absolutely.
the separation's still fairly recent.
Right,
I mean,
right,
6 months
right,
max.
right. But I think things have calmed down to where Jen and I are actually on the same page and wanting what's best for the kids.
Well, at least with respect to the day to day. I mean,
Yeah.
we're obviously
Yeah,
here.
yeah, no, I'm talking sound.
Yeah. Mrs. Klusterman had testified that you and she together had decided to raise your children in the Christian faith and attend church. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
And she testified that she was concerned that since the separation, you don't attend church. Is that
correct.
do you not attend church?
I have not been. When I made that comment to her on that video, when we first separated and I had the kids, she was definitely trying to tell me what to do. She told me that she expected me to take the kids to church. And I mean, yeah, it's a dumb thing to say. I don't think church is a waste of time. I've never thought that. I grew up in my grandparents started Faith Reformed Church. My parents have been there their whole lives. I grew up there. I absolutely want my children there. There has been times that we go, my parents more or less take them because with the PPO, with me being uncomfortable around Jen, I do not go because I expect her to be there. And then like this Sunday, I was gone for hockey. But no, I absolutely want my kids in church. Callie's doing a Bible study on Monday nights, and I've taken her to that, dropped her off, picked her up from that. I love that she's involved in that. We've gotten the kids, the Calvin and Callie, to go to youth group. Kelsey's even gone a couple times. Yeah, that was a dumb thing to say to Jen. I get tired of her telling me what to do. And when it was my parenting time, I didn't appreciate her telling me I needed to take the kids to church. We had gotten away from church between COVID and when we separated. There was very little church going. Yes, mainly hockey. Other times it was boating trips, Mackinac. Kids are tired. Jen and I are tired. Then all of a sudden we're separated and Jen's in church every week.
Was there a period of time recently that you guys you kind of said weren't going to church
So there was a couple of years span. We maybe went twice
in 2 years?
in 2 years. I mean, count. We would go Easter, Christmas, but regular church going, no, it became. But we had sports, we had events. We were tired. Want to get out of the boat. We were gone on the boat. It really wasn't until we separated that all of a sudden Jen seemed to ramp back up the church going.
How do you support the children in their faith?
I make sure they say their prayers every night before they go to bed. A lot of the time, that's something that Jen does with them also. When they're with me, the girls call them, call her before bedtime, and she says the prayers with her. I do the exact same thing. If the kids do something like there's been times where Kelsey will say, well, I don't want to go to church on Sunday. And I'll say, well, how do you think God would feel about that? I try to motivate them to want to do that. The only reason I have not gone is because it makes me feel uncomfortable. I mean, one, I didn't feel safe going if Jen was going to be there. And she's going to be there. And I don't blame her for going. And I've made sure that the kids could go when we didn't have other things going. I want them in church on Sunday mornings. I want them involved in youth group. I love that Callie's in a Bible study. I love that they go to Vacation Bible School. I want them growing up in that environment. I want them to be quality individuals. Not that you can't be a quality individual if you don't go to church, but I just want them in that environment, around those people, around their friends that go to church along with them. I would never. The only reason I made that stupid comment was because I'm tired of Jen telling me what I need to do all the time.
What, she talked about, I think it was a fall program or some sort of football program where she wanted to put Calvin's favorite Bible verse in it, and you had a problem with that. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What was going on there? What's your perspective on that?
I just didn't think, I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was Jen's idea. Calvin was okay with it. He did tell me that he.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I didn't want to put him in that situation where kids would make fun of him, and I thought it was best to leave it out. I didn't think it was necessary. There was other ways for him to show his Christianity or his faith, and I just didn't think it was an appropriate spot to put it in.
Had there been issues prior to that about kids teasing or something?
I mean, I know he has said stuff at school that. I mean, all three kids have. The older two mainly have said they've been made fun of at times, and I remember being a kid, I was made fun of at times.
When she says the word objection.
Oh, I didn't hear. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And we're talking about what the kid said.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Has there been issues with bullying or teasing in school?
The kids have been picked on, but not necessarily for that. I just, if there's a situation that we can avoid, I'm going to try to avoid that situation.
Well, I'm trying to understand what your state of mind was when you took that position, or why you had a concern about putting a Bible verse. And can if I can ask, your kids go to public school, right?
They do.
Not private.
They're
Christian
public school.
Why was it an issue?
I just didn't think it was necessary.
I
don't like things jammed down my throat as far as political belief.
Oh, but I do love jamming things down her throat, which we've already talked about. I like deep throating her. On that note, Mikey, thank you so much for being here. You're going to bed. Is that what I see? You've finished your work for this evening. Thank you for checking in. Appreciate you being here. Please hit the like button. Lisa said, Sam, I beat you to it. I hear it. I say it. It's the way it is. We can't forget, and neither will Judge Surfer Dude forget who's jamming what down whose throat. Anyways. Mikey, I do have one question. You're probably on your way to bed, but I'm going to make a little short or something about it, because I believe that Judge Middleton may have said weak sauce in a recent video. And I need your confirmation on that, because if Judge Middleton said that the person had weak sauce on a court record, like I would like to commemorate that. He did say it, Lisa. Is that a Hundy P? I need to I want to confirm that, because that to me is like epic. Anyways, as usual, if you are not already subbed to Credence and Mikey, well, that surprises me, but go ahead and do it. Anyways, have a good night, Mikey. West Coast, it's only 10:42, so we've got a couple more minutes. What have we got? 19 minutes left. But have a good night.
Or anything like that, and I just didn't think it was necessary to put something in that situation and put our child in a situation where maybe he's made fun of for something like that.
Was it?
I thought it was unnecessary.
Was it? Did you voice that in like an angry, aggressive, I don't want my children to be known as Christians type of thing?
No, not that at all. Jen and I discussed it. I just thought there were other ways.
Did you feel like it was a peaceful discussion? It was an open discourse, or was it angry and controlling? And
No, I think it was open. Jen told me what she thought. I told told her what I thought, and we agreed that it was not necessary, and she didn't put it in there.
have you sent your children to like a Christian-based camp over the years in the summers?
Yeah, they go to Bible school. This year was, I think, the first opportunity maybe that Kelvin wanted to go to a Lake Ann camp. And by no means did I not want him to go. I want him to go, but we have to make choices at some point. And with everything that's going on, I'm running out of money. And we're spending a ton of money on this divorce to take care of the kids, all their events, the houses, everything. I didn't have the money. I literally don't have the money. It had nothing to do with not wanting a kid to go to a certain event. At one point, Jen offered up, well, maybe our parents could pay for it. My parents have done a lot for me. I can't go ask them for more money. And then it just fell apart, and I never heard another word about it. I thought, if I remember correctly, I even agreed to it, and then I just never heard anything about it.
Have you ever denied the children's expression of their faith?
Never. No, never. Kelvin told me he painted. I'm sorry.
It.
I saw something on Kelvin's hand that he had at the game the other night. Fantastic. I love it.
What did it look like? Was it a Christian symbol?
Yes,
or something?
yeah, it was
Okay.
his Bible verse. I
Okay.
saw it when I got home that night from Midland. It was on his hand.
Not a problem.
Not a
Supporting
problem.
him.
Absolutely.
If he wants to talk about his faith, or any of the children talk about their faith, do you have talks about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I never tell them not to have those talks.
Do you ever disparage your children for expressing feelings about their faith?
No, never. I actually was quite proud of him for doing that.
Do you have the capacity and disposition to provide the children with food and clothing?
Absolutely.
How do you do that?
I take them to the store and let them pick out their clothes and buy the things that they need. I buy groceries for them, buy the things that I need to make meals and their lunches. I almost always go to the store about 4 or 5 o'clock on Sunday, so I have the things showing up when the kids arrive. I quite often even text them and say, hey, is there anything that you want special? It's usually the same stuff. Callie wants peppers, Kelsey wants go-go squeeze and that kind of stuff, Funyuns or whatever. So I try to get those things along with the stuff that I need to make the meals and whatnot, the cereals that they want.
Do you believe that Mrs. Klusterman has the capacity and disposition to provide the children with food and clothing?
Yes, I do.
Have finances and budgeting been an issue in your marriage?
It's been an issue since the day Jen and I started dating. When we got married, she probably had $14,000 worth of credit card debt. And there is still money from that time on her credit card. The number one thing that we fight about is money. It's an endless battle.
Have there been times that Ms. Klusterman discussed with you negative bank balances or her having an inability to pay more than, slightly more than the minimum balance on a credit card?
She only ever pays the minimum on anything.
Since separation, has she reached out to you about paying bills for the household?
Yes.
Is she employed full-time?
She is employed full-time. Even a couple weeks ago on the Wizard, she tried to convince me that the electric bill was still my responsibility because I had not released her phone yet. And when I said I would look into it, she goes, it'd probably be cheaper just to pay it than contact your attorney.
You believed that the electric bill was her
It
responsibility.
was her responsibility, and I told her that it's her responsibility.
And she was asking you to pay it.
She asked me to pay it.
Even though finances have been tight at times, have your children ever gone without?
They've never gone without anything. No, we both make sure that they're taken care of.
Okay. You've always-
I do have concerns about Jen's spending moving forward, but that's on her and her family moving forward. I do hope she changes her ways. Because I want the best for her. I want the best for my kids. I want my kids in a good situation, but no, she's never gonna not let them eat or have them eat or have food for them.
You don't have any
I have
concern.
no concerns.
All right. Do you have the capacity and disposition to provide the children with medical care?
Absolutely.
How have you done that in the past?
Well, I mean, you're like taking the kids to their things.
Anything?
I've if the kids have an appointment, if I need to make an appointment, I will always make sure they get to their appointments. I feel like ever since we've been separated, there's been a little bit of hiding that from each other so that the other parent doesn't really know what's going on. There's definitely been some games being played. But I feel like the last month we're finally on the same page, moving forward together, working together to make sure that the kids are at their appointments. During the parenting time this late summer, I took the older two to get their sports physicals and their my child visits and checkups. And I've taken the kids to the orthodontist, and I have no problem making appointments and getting them the appointments that they need. Yes, Jen has done a lot of that in the past, but I look forward to doing more of that and adjusting into that role and still working together with Jen. But I really like how things are and my time with the kids and taking a larger role in that.
This is why you wait till somebody's kids are older before trying to be with us.
World. I really do enjoy it, and I will do anything that the kids need. I will do absolutely anything the kids need to take care of them and give them things that they need, the care that they need.
In the past, if Mrs. Klusterman was the one who took on the role of primarily doing some of the scheduling, was that because you didn't want to or didn't have the ability to do so, or
It was
just
never that
kind
I
of
didn't
like a
want to. It was just kind of, we had different roles in our marriage, and that was part of her thing that she took on.
but it was never like if the kids were with you and one of them got sick or had allergies or got hurt,
Yeah,
did you take care of
yeah,
them?
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, anytime there were appointments during the day, I took them. I mean, unless it was like a major snowstorm or something where it just didn't work and Jen needed to do it or whatever, or ask my mom or whatever, but it's never that I didn't want to. Again, Jen was home during the summers. It was just convenient for her. Or she was able to do the appointment after school when she's done with work. The kids are out of school. So we tried to do it when the kids weren't in school so that it just worked out. It was just what worked for us. But when I needed to take them, not every appointment can be after school. So there's been multiple times I picked Callie up from school, take her to her orthodontist and then back to school. When Kelvin had his knee injury, I took him to the appointment to see what was going on there, and even to have him fitted for his fitted for his brace that he wore for a while. I always do and did whatever it takes and took to get the job done. and we always worked together, and it was never anything that I didn't want to do. It was just something that Jen took care of, and it was just part of what she did. Now she seems to be trying to use that against me.
Was there a recent conversation, I mean, really after the separation and you know, filing for divorce, about getting your kids into counseling?
Yes,
Were you engaged in that conversation with Mrs. Fishman?
absolutely.
Was it a dynamic back and forth conversation?
It was back and forth, but it was quite frustrating.
Why was it frustrating?
Because Jen insisted on a certain person for our youngest. That person wouldn't see all three kids. That person didn't accept insurance. I thought it was best if we got them going somewhere where they all could go. Jen took Kelsey to that person that she wanted her to see. I did find a person that would see Kelsey. Kelsey really didn't like either one of them. So it kind of went quiet for a little while, and then Jen and I started talking about it more. Jen gave me some options. I'm like, well, give me a couple days. I'll find a couple options, and I did. And the woman that I found is who we're currently talking to about making appointments. She might not have time to see all three right now, but she's got time to fit, like, it's not something I feel, Jen and I feel like the kids need every week, but if it's once a month, if she could take one, you know, each week or whatever. And her timing is looking like her appointments might be during the day, where the kids might have to miss school. And Jen even asked me if that would be something that I could pick them up and take them to. I did hear that Jen had communicated with this woman, and I was kind of disappointed that I wasn't part of that communication. And I've asked Jen if I can be part of that communication, and she did say that moving forward I would be, but nothing's happened yet. But it is my absolute goal to get all three in, to talk to this woman, or to talk to someone, just so they have somebody to talk to. And it doesn't need to be permanent. If it's 2 months, if it's 6 months, if it is a year, I want that available to them. So no, I am all for them seeing a counselor. I see a counselor every other week. I find it beneficial. I don't know if I'll do it forever, because if the kids are going and that's going to cost us some money, I might stop to use that money to pay for what they're doing. But I do find it beneficial, so I absolutely want my kids seeing a counselor.
And did you do you kind of said you did some legwork to find some names?
Yeah, I called a few different people, emailed a few different people,
and you went back and forth with, you know, maybe you guys didn't come to an agreement right away, but you were going back and forth and engaged in the process. Is that?
Yes, absolutely. I kept Jen in the loop. Once I fired off emails to these people. I didn't tell her at that point. I waited until they responded to me, because and that when they responded, I communicated with Jen and said, hey, I've got a couple of possibilities here. What do you think? And I gave Jen their contact info so she could communicate with these people, and she has. And she got back to me, and she seems to like the person that I found, and we're hopefully moving ahead with her.
What about, you know, it's a little bit different, but purchasing sporting equipment or sporting gear or clothes? Ms. Klusterman said in her testimony she primarily does that. Do you participate in doing that as well?
Yes. I think Jen was very good with her wording yesterday on that, because she does not pay for that stuff. She may have taken the kids to get the stuff, but I feel like that financial burden has been on me, and that's okay.
Has there been back and forth between the two of you about what the kids need or what type of equipment to buy?
Yes, absolutely. We always communicate with what the kids need. It was a struggle this fall. I mean, I don't have a ton of money right now, so and at the time I was paying the majority of the bills, paying the mortgage, electric, gas, all of that stuff. So things were very tight, again, Jen had a full-time job. She was trying to get me to give her money for the stuff. And some of that stuff I didn't find necessary. I did give her money at times for other stuff, or I gave kids cash directly, or I took them to buy what they need. But in the past, it's mainly been my responsibility. I mean, when we travel hockey, it's not uncommon to spend $1,000 on a weekend. I mean, the skates Kelvin needs here in the next 2 weeks are probably $1,000. He needs 2 sticks. That's $600. It's expensive stuff. The football cleats. Jen and I did split the football cleats, but it was a battle this fall because I feel like we're both just trying to be difficult. But again, we're on the same page. So I hope I want that to continue. I don't want to not get along with Jen. I want to be the best parents we can be.
I mean, when this divorce first started and status quo orders were put in place, that was that part of the same order where Judge Hamlin, denied her request for exclusive use of the home.
Correct.
And then we heard a couple weeks later you were out of the home.
Right.
Until you entered into an agreement. When did you enter into an agreement with her about paying the bills or paying the bills differently than the status quo order?
That was the same time that she agreed to get rid of the PPO.
So early September.
Yes.
So June through August, what bills were you paying for the household?
I was paying the mortgage. I was paying electric, gas. I don't think there's anything else as far as the house. She was paying water and sewer and the garbage.
I mean, proportionally, approximately how much were you paying towards that totality of the bills?
I was probably paying over $2,000, and she may have been paying $100.
And that was for a home you were not living in.
That was for a home I was not living in, and she was still asking for money from me for kids stuff.
And she was exclusively living in that home, and the kids were there under the court order half the time.
Yes.
Kids were with you half the time.
Correct.
And you were paying $2,000 or more per month.
Correct. And then I was paying the groceries when the kids were with me. She was paying, so she was only buying groceries really for 2 weeks, and I was buying groceries for 2 weeks. And that's expensive.
Were you
obviously.
also paying the cable TV, internet?
Oh yeah, I was paying for
house?
the internet, and I paid for the phones.
And then you also paid for internet for the home for your parents' house.
Yes, I got Spectrum and Netflix, so the kids could have internet and Netflix at where I'm staying.
I'm shifting gears to the next best interest factor, and I'm looking at the time. So I'm going to defer to the court if you want me to get through those questions, or we want to stop now.
I think that's good.
Okay.
I do appreciate you letting me know. Just for the sake, I don't know if I said that's on the record or not, but this is for the in camera coming up 15 minutes. So I'm just trying to make sure we're all prepared for that. We'll continue on with this questioning at our next hearing. So we'll stand adjourned for today. Anything else that anyone wanted to put on the record before? Because I'm going to speak with the attorneys about some scheduling, see what sort of time we need, all that kind of stuff for the next time, so I can relay that to staff.
Well, I personally, yes, Judge. I do have a few things I would like to put on the record before we end for this evening. I would like to say thank you to everybody for being here. That's important to me. In camera means that, yes, we will indeed miss that. That means that is not for us to see. It's for the judge's eyes only. It's not ex parte. It is, in fact, in camera, which is used within the court system and in like formal business meetings in a weird way. Anyways, my friends, I love you so much. We're probably going to end at 5 hours, which I didn't plan on doing, but here we are again. the best laid plans sometimes end in 5-hour live streams, and we just accept those as they come to us and we thank each other. We say, hey, I love you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out with me while we watch these fucking assholes get divorced. If we don't watch them, who's gonna? I guess that's sort of what we say. And then, anyways, guys, I know we have the rest of it coming up. Don't worry. I have as much as is available to us. I have it. Tomorrow is our Court Watchers Anonymous meeting. We will not be watching this, but we will be watching Small Claims Court. Something to cleanse the palate. But once again, if you are addicted to court, please join us tomorrow for a Court Watchers Anonymous meeting. Anyways, remember, I love you. I'm proud of you. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye. I forgot where all the buttons are. Also, I believe Larry Beaver will be attending tomorrow's Court Watchers Anonymous meeting. Thank you.